Hey,
Hello, everyone. I am Sacrabalic, your envoy of hope, on a late but also weirdly early podcast. Here with my lovely cohort.
hey, I'm the cohort. I'm John.
There you go. John is feeling a little out of focus right now, and I'm feeling a little bit of not existing in this reality. Maybe I should adjust this lighting a little bit.
We all get like that sometimes.
Yes. I don't know if
My
brighter would
camera's
be
good.
better or darker would be better. I'm not.
It always lighter.
I'm going darker.
Yeah, I get new camera, so new tech, and it never. I'm still trying to figure it out. We will have to deal. Which it looks fine, like on my screen, but whatever.
Let's go max
No,
brightness. That'll put a hole through my eyeballs.
actually, my camera's on like max right now. I'm actually gonna turn those down a little bit. Actually, now that I mention that.
I can't find a good temperature, so we're gonna keep it at this. Hey, Pache, welcome to the stream. No, we can't get it
Yay!
focused. This is what you get. This is what we get the whole stream. I'm halfway fading into the background, and John is out of focus. That's it. That's the stream. That's the whole stream.
My,
Thanks for stopping by. Get the hell out, everyone. No.
my camera's supposed to autofocus, but for some reason it doesn't want to do that in Discord. But it
for
doesn't on stream.
for some reason, my green screen is reading black as green. Who knows?
Wait,
um,
what's a chroma key? That might be it.
it's the same as always. It
Uh,
does not, for whatever reason, it does not want to behave. Sekluv, his
yeah.
head, it's extra shiny today. It's the light hitting it, honestly. If it gets any shinier, it is freshly shaven though. It's just freshly shaved everything. Because I'm Krillin. Okay, so
You either die the villain or live long enough to become Krillin.
honestly, if you had to pick someone to be in Dragon Ball, Krillin's not a bad choice, right? Hot wife, got a kid, stable job. That's probably the easiest possible thing he could be do. He's a
Yeah.
cop. The man is bulletproof. His job is perfect for him.
I feel like that's cheating though, in a way.
He's probably the best cop in the city. Oh no! Sergeant Krillin! Quick! Those guys are speeding! Oh, hold on. Let me lightly stroll up to the car.
Let me pick it up and just
Yeah.
bring him to the police station. Yeah.
Just walk it back.
But anytime Frieza shows up, Krillin's like, I can't do that shit. I'm good.
Oh, I was gonna say I bet Krillin could beat Frieza now, and then I remember they did that dumb Golden Frieza bullshit.
Yeah, you can't beat Frieza now.
That does not make sense.
It doesn't need to make sense. Yeah, he
Uh,
becomes a cop like in a 7-year time gap. Yeah. What's up,
he's
Kato?
he's like a beat. Hey Kato, hey maid, what's going on, everyone? He's like a beat cop though. He like gives people tickets.
He's just a traffic
Which
cop.
I'm gonna be honest, if I was a police chief and Krillin worked for me, that man is getting a fast track to the SWAT team. Like he's going right in the SWAT team. So anyway, how you been, John?
Uh, it's been a thing.
It's been a thing.
But yeah, it's better now.
Mm-hmm.
Went through some stuff last month. That's why we took a little bit of a break.
Mm-hmm.
And also I took a break from other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're getting back on track now. I got the new camera. It's out of focus, so that's pretty dope. Um, I did one stream last week, which was good. It was good. Did one. New job too. Switched from T-Mobile to Verizon, so I'm officially a trader.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
that's been about it. Other than that, I've just been watching shitty rom-coms and shit like that.
You went to Verizon?
Yeah, I work there now. Yeah,
Oh, this podcast is over. Canceled.
canceled. They were like,
No offense, but Verizon sucks.
yeah, but they pay me more money, so that's why I have to go there.
I can't blame the hustle.
You can't. Yeah. And like I work for a small company too, which is real nice because
Mhm.
it's like a third party vendor. So it's a lot better, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Things have been going pretty well for me. Been pretty healthy lately, honestly. That's the big thing. Everything else has just been smooth sailing. Had a little more free time lately, honestly. Been enjoying that. That's what's been going on in my personal life. Stream life. You streamed something? What'd you stream?
I streamed one night and it was Chrono Cross, the remake.
Chrono Cross. Yes,
Yeah.
that I does not seem like a game that would be up your alley.
What's a sequel to one of my favorite
Chrono,
RPGs.
yeah, Chrono
Yeah.
Trigger, yes, which also doesn't super seem like a game that would be up your alley, but
I would love Chrono
I
Trigger.
know you do though. Yes,
I
which
was
is
actually hoping. I actually just bought a Chrono Trigger shirt, and I was hoping it would come in by today, so I could wear it today. But
I
unfortunately, not. Yeah.
wore a Sailor Moon shirt for the stream before it was rescheduled, and I was very disappointed.
Yes, I wore my new Super Dark Souls shirt, which is an homage to Super Mario 3, and I love it.
I
Love the shirt.
am wearing my old Hollow Myth shirt, so. But yeah. Let's see. I finally finished Alpha Protocol in what was the most hectic series of streams imaginable, right? Because here's what happened with this. I was like, okay, this is going to be the last Alpha Protocol stream. We should be able to get through Rome, and we should be able to get through the final level of the game. No problem. One stream. I had a power outage.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So then what I did was made joked that it was Zeus that ended the stream, and I'm like, damn you, Zeus! And then the joke became less funny on the next stream because 15 minutes into the next stream, right, my internet went down. And it was down for like a minute, and then it came back on. And so I restarted the stream, went for about an hour and a half more, internet went down again, restarted the stream, went for about like 2 hours more, right? Internet went down,
Hmm.
stayed down. I was at I I was like 20 minutes from the end of the game. Like you could see the final boss room from where the stream ended. So I had to do one more Alpha Protocol stream. 40 minutes, we got through the game, but it took me 3 streams and it should have taken me 1. That playthrough was straight up cursed.
Yeah, that sounds like Majora's Mask to me. Like it's so cursed, I'll never finish it, no matter how
I
many times I start it.
I had to push through. I was like, no matter what, we are getting this game done. Just gotta keep trucking. Let's see, my anime channel, not gonna read everything we did on it, but there's been a new development, honestly, and I'm gonna plug my shit here. New development was the video art is objective and my scores don't care, which is a redo of my old artist objective and I don't care video and my what my scores mean video. It's been like hybridized into a single 10-minute video that explains channel philosophy and my review philosophy and what each individual number means. I also did a sacking mouthstring for spring 2022, which I totally forgot about until I looked at this page right here. I also started 2 more shows, which is a Popcorn Review, which Popcorn is basically like, you know how like Wadawa and Water were like shows where I review a whole bunch of anime at one time? Well,
Yeah.
Popcorn is I review one anime for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just upload that. So it's like it's smaller bite-sized pieces, each focused on only a single anime, but uploaded more frequently. And then I also started another show, Reheated, where I re-upload old, like, single anime reviews from segments of Wadawa and Water, and then I re-upload those as their own individual segment. And so I have, like, 200 to 400, I forget the exact number, like, anime that have been reviewed across Wadawa and Water. So I have content for my anime channel for literal years. So 2 new shows. If you don't like an episode that's out now, hey, guess what? That's okay, because there's probably something I'll talk about that's coming out shortly. As cursed as Waterworld, the home of technical difficulty. Indeed, I have a technical difficulty slide and I am the only person I know of with a technical difficulty slide outside of Achievement Hunter.
You gotta have it sometimes.
It's such a
You gotta.
persistent problem across my Let's Play and streaming career.
Really is.
Yeah. What do you got coming up now on your streams, though? Now that you're back, John, anything of note?
I think we're gonna continue some Chrono Cross. That's the plan right now. Eventually, I will sit down and finally finish that one video I've been working on for like 6 months. Now that I have a camera again, I can actually record the stuff that I need to record for it. Because right when I was going to do it, I hope some stuff happened. So, um, yeah. So hopefully we can get that done.
So, what the current plan is to go through my old Walking Dead playthroughs, and I'm going to put up a trigger warning because I was a teenager when I made that, and God knows what I said back then. Get ready for an official sack apology, probably. But
Official sack apology. Can't wait for it.
we all said dumb shit as kids, all right? So
Yeah,
anyway,
no,
yeah. So anyway. I might have said nothing. I don't know. I don't want to hype it up too bad. But anyway, yeah, so we're going to go through that. I'm going to take notes because I'm going to try and recreate my original Walking Dead playthrough so that we can get to the nether scenes. That's the next game in the queue. Zero way we get to any other games before then. But if we were to get to another game afterwards, I think it's what? Mega Man Battle Network? Ugh.
well, come on, it'll be fun. You'll love it.
No, well, yeah, it's Mega Man Battle Network. No way we get to Mega Man Battle Network, but that is what is afterward.
Woo!
Is this an official sack pre-apology? That's a real online apology. Okay, yeah, that's what's going on with me. Anything else part of the recap?
No, that's about it. I'm just gonna try to be consistent again. I just gotta get back into. I work less now. Well, not less, but like shorter hours, kind of. So like I actually get out at 6 o'clock instead of 7. So
This is just an all-around upgrade.
yeah, so it's pretty nice. So now I can actually like stream at like a reasonable time, like 7 o'clock instead of fucking 8:30. So
Nice.
no, that'll be cool. So
Don't forget the pet. Yeah, I'll grab my cat.
streams coming at you, just like Kirby.
Yeah, I did a review of that show
Right back
on my
at you.
anime channel.
I'll have to go watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a review of Kirby Right Back at You, actually. It I think at the end I was like, it's better than Pokemon. Pokemon anime is very bad.
It's not great.
Alright, so moving on to the first topic.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, moving on to the first topic. And this is my topic. Dun, da, 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 da. Elden Ring. This is the final Elden Ring discussion, unless there's like DLC or something. I had, let's see, last time we talked about Elden Ring, you wanted to talk about it because you had finished it, right? But I said I wasn't prepared to give it a full review because I had not finished it. I have played Elden Ring to my satisfaction, and I believe I am prepared to talk about the game now. So John, how much Elden Ring have you played? By the way, full spoilers. We're going all in on this. Gloves are off. So, how much Elden Ring have you played since last time?
I have about 200 hours in Elden Ring.
About 200 hours in Elden Ring. Okay.
So I have a lot of Elden Ring.
Nice. I have, what was it, like 160 hours in Elden Ring, something like that. I think somewhere around 160 hours. I have done. I have all of the achievements. First off, so I've 100%ed this game, and I'm prepared to say that I've done all NPC quests. I've done all dungeons. I've done all bosses. I've done all endings. I've reached New Game Plus 6 to make sure I did all the endings on one character, because I'm not making another character.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I have done all of Elden Ring. I even like got to the point where I played around with NPC quests to see if like you could to see like how orders would work. Like for example, I'm just going to like throw one thing out there that I discovered is that you can do Hiatus quest or not high yeah, you can do Hiatus quest whenever you want. Like you know how in order to start Hiatus quest you have to do Irina's quest where you deliver the letter to her dad and then you kill Leon and Misbegotten in Weeping
Yeah.
Peninsula. So you can go all the way up rolled, right? And then you can do that quest.
Okay.
And yeah, you can do that quest, and then Hayata will still spawn, and then you can still give her the Shabriri grapes. However, once Shabriri spawns, you can't do Samurai Guy's quest anymore. He seems to just disappear and gets possessed. So that's interesting. So I played around with that a little bit. Okay, I wanted to make sure my thing wasn't going down. Um, so yeah, so I played around with that a little bit. So let's see. What did you think of Elden Ring? Let's just treat this like how we would normally. What did you think of Elden Ring? Because
Second favorite.
no offense, I definitely have more to say.
Fair enough. Yeah. I've already talked about it so much too. So like, I was talking about it Thursday night because my friend's playing it too. So I mean, it's still my second favorite from soft game.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodborne obviously being first.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm excited to go back to it when there's some DLC because they're clearly going to do DLC for it. There's like a couple areas that you just can't get into.
Which
Um,
areas? I was able to get everywhere.
like the giant pot thing in Kellied, and then
Ah,
there's the Coliseum thing. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, fair enough. Giant pot.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a good game. Like the multiplayer was fun.
Mm-hmm.
The I didn't feel like bored playing it either. Like it wasn't like a repetitive thing. I mean, I'm sure like playing it as much as you did and going through it as much. I still have to go back and 100% it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I mean, for what it was a fun game to play, and I enjoyed it thoroughly throughout my playthrough. Um, I think it was the longer runtime that kind of like made it more so like not enjoyable as much, but like I feel like it could have been a little bit less. But I mean, people wanted a long open world game. That's what they got. I think it's more so like the amount of time I have to actually sit down and play a game like that is very slim. So I think that's my reasoning for make me if I had a little shorter adventure. But I mean, you can make it a shorter adventure. I just wanted to do all of it. So I
Can
mean,
I be honest?
yes,
I agree.
yes.
I think it's too long. I will elaborate on that when I get to like my whole thing, but I fully agree with what you're saying is that it's too long.
Yeah. I mean, it's still right now the best new game I played so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Like what comes out this year. There's not really anything too crazy. Um,
Soul Hackers
oh yeah,
comes
that's right.
out,
That's one.
and Hogwarts Legacy. That game looks super good, actually. Weirdly enough, have you seen the like 14-minute demo trailer for that?
Yeah, I saw it. I'm probably gonna pick it up just because. Like, I'm not huge into Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a PS5, so why not?
Oh, I think it's gonna be on PC, so I'm gonna pick it up on PC.
Oh yeah.
But
Um,
yeah, that game looks super good too. So does Soul Hackers.
yeah, yeah. We'll see in the coming months. Like obviously with um like June coming around. Like there's no week 3 this year, but there's everyone's still doing their stuff. So we'll see what gets announced. And, who knows? Maybe there'll be something else. But right now, it's the best game I played so far this year. That's brand new. So I
It's the
thoroughly
only
enjoyed it.
game I played this year that's brand new. That came out this
I
year.
Yeah, I mean, I can't consider Chrono Cross a new game just
I
because
wouldn't. No, no, no. It just got ported.
yeah, yeah, it's just a remake or not, barely even a remake, just up-res really.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Remaster.
basically this in Kirby, and I think one more game
Arceus
that was
came
brand.
out this year.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, and Arceus is cool, but this game was a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
But
didn't play Arceus because it didn't interest me in any way. But Soul Hackers, Hogwarts Legacy. I remember there's a third game that's supposed to come out this year, but for the life of me, I can't remember it offhandedly. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Elden Ring was like the best game that came out of this year. But I don't think. But people were like, the second it dropped, everyone's like, "That's a game of the year," and I think it's a little. I think it's a little early in the year to
really
be
to say,
saying that. Yeah, it's also like ignoring the fact that like for all we know, there could be some like sleeper hit. It was Final Fantasy 16 this year. Final Fantasy 16 might be coming out this year. There you go. That
it
game
might,
also
yeah.
that game also looks really good. Yeah, I think it's Final Fantasy 16 I was thinking of. That game also looks super good. So like people are like the second Elden Ring dropped, they're like this is game of the year. I'm like, "Oh, hold on. Hold on. We still have most of a year left, all
Yeah, we
right?"
still got 10 months left. Yeah,
Yeah, hold your horses. And that's like
hold your shit.
ignoring the fact that there could be like a sleeper hit, right? Like maybe Monsoon High Rise comes out and everyone's like, "Yo, has anyone heard about this? Play Monsoon High Rise." And all of a sudden everyone's like, "Yo, Monsoon High Rise, absolute game of the year. Are you kidding me? Game of the century." Like, especially with like the
Hold on,
indie
it's no
scene.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Huh?
It's no Guardians of the Galaxy, man. Come on.
It could be better than Guardians. It could be like 2 Guardians of the Galaxies.
Oh no, that's asking for a lot, man.
It's a 20 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, with like the active indie game making scene, it's super possible that like for all we know, this game could drop the GOAT or anything. Like who knows? So I don't want to say like Elden Ring game of the year. That's pushing it. Did I cut you off? Or
Huh?
I don't remember if I cut you off to talk about how long Elden Ring was and then went on a rant.
No, go on your end. I've talked about this game so much.
Okay, all right. What about the new Avatar game? What new Avatar game?
Like the last Airbender, like Avatar, like
Yeah, like blue people are good Avatar.
Can I go on a rant about that real quick? Actually, real quick. So
absolutely, go off.
So the new Doctor Strange movie that came out on Thursday. So I went to go see it, and they're like, "Yeah, Avatar 2 trailer is gonna be with it." Then I watched the fucking the fucking quote unquote trailer, and it wasn't even a trailer. It was just a montage of them doing shit, and they had like no story plot or anything until like the very end. And it's like I haven't even seen Avatar, so I mean maybe I'll have to watch it. I guess they're re-releasing it in theaters or whatever, so maybe I'll go see it again. But I don't care.
It's very bad. I know Mac Tier likes it, but
yeah,
that's because he identifies with the protagonist, and obviously the good movie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
there's
exactly.
like ocean people now, right? Aren't we going to Ocean World?
I guess so. Yeah, it's like Water World, but with blue people.
Avatar wasn't a movie that warranted a sequel. Like, I don't know how you make a sequel from Avatar. It was pretty definitive. They repelled the humans, and now humanity is doomed to die.
Yeah.
But the blue people get to live. That was the end of Avatar. Like where do you go? Why? How are they making an Avatar? But
and like 12 years later.
Yeah.
No, 13 years later, because that came out in 2009. So it's like, why should I care about this movie now?
The big thing about Avatar was it was like a technical marvel. Like it looked good. That was the thing. Yeah. Everyone's like, if you haven't seen Avatar in IMAX, you have not seen Avatar. And it's like, okay, well.
Yeah. That's why, like, I think if I watch it now, I'd be like, I've already seen better than this.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the shit that they do now, like Avatar. Yeah, I was gonna say Avatar probably looks like shit.
No, I mean it had good like set design and like character design and all that. Like I'm not gonna like there were things about Avatar, but the problem is it was all like a technical aspect. And as we all know, I don't give a shit about the technicalities of your of your movie. I like fucking 12 Angry Men, and that's just like 12 dudes in a room for like an hour and a half.
That's fair, yeah.
So yeah, it's like Avatar, whatever. Who cares? Maybe I'll watch it. I don't know if it comes on like Netflix or something, but
it'll be on Disney Plus.
I don't have Disney Plus. Anyway, Elden Ring. Yes, back to the subject matter at hand. Yeah, so I finished Elden Ring. I did everything in it, everything you can imagine. I 100%ed that game. I did all the quests, did all the dungeons, did all the bosses, clicked all the sites of grace, all that fun jazz, right? Let's go over what we just, so this is a complete video. Let's quickly go over things we talked about last time, but we're going to gloss over them real quick. Best addition to Elden Ring, stealth. It allows you to not necessarily aggro everything in the area all at the same time. It lets you approach combat from different angles, which was something you couldn't really do in the previous game. This is added to by the open world aspect, which I will get more into how this world is designed later, but the open world aspect, along with stealth, also enables you to attack from different areas. In fact, that's the main advantage of the open world, is the ability to attack obstacles from different areas, or even avoid them entirely. Excellent. Ashes of War was something that I think they did take, because I mentioned in their pre-release Elden Ring topic that that I would appreciate if they took things from Code Vein, which was another Bandai Namco action game that I think took a little bit from Soft, but it also took from like God Eater, because it was a God Eater prequel, right? And Ashes of War do function similar to Blood Codes in Code Vein. They're not 100% there, but I don't necessarily think they have to be 100% there, because Blood Codes, the way they work in Code Vein, I always felt was a little awkward, because it's like swapping your whole stat sheet out. So I think Ashes of War make a nice little divide between changing your abilities out on the fly and like changing your straight up stat block out on the fly. I think Ashes of War is a nice in between, and it lets you do a lot of cool things. Like, you're like, oh, I like this ability, but I don't like this weapon, so you can mix and match and get creative with it. It's really cool. My weapon that I beat the game with the first time was a Nakibo, laundry drying pole, which is like this big like katana, this like big odachi, and I put a frost stomp on it. So
Everyone loves that frost stomp.
I added it, tried to use it because Arsic talked about how great it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in Ronnie's like dungeon, like her mansion, and those hands, there was nothing I could do with those hands. They were so fast I couldn't cast spells at them. Their hitboxes were super wonky, so if you try to swing, you automatically miss, but they're so fast that they outspeed all of your actions, so they automatically hit you. It's the big hands, not the small hands. The small hands, who cares about? If you try to get distance to try and get an even further spell off, they send off a ranged attack on you. They have this, like, magnetic grab attack that just, like, sucks you in. Those big hands are just...
They're ass.
They're awful. Yeah, they're like the worst enemy in the game, probably. They're the worst enemy in the game, probably. The second worst Crucible Knight. He can block behind himself.
He really can, though.
He can block. They have an ability specifically for turtling enemies. It's called like Ambush Shard if you're a sorcerer. It's like it shoots them in the spine, so it bypasses their shield.
Mm-hmm.
Use that shit on Crucible Knight. Man has a shield on. Bop. What?
Don't work. And it's the only enemy of the game where it doesn't work either.
It's the only enemy in the game that turtles hard enough that you would even need it too, is the thing.
Yep.
It's like
you can only get him with it if he swings at you first. That's the only time.
Yeah. In which case, the strategy for Crucible Knight is you have to catch him in a swing anyway. So Ambush Shard is fucking useless.
Yep. It really isn't.
The best strategy I found was like Ice Shard, because it does ice damage, it goes through the shield. For sorcery builds. The actual best strategy I ever came up for Crucible Knight was Bleed. Which, speaking of which, talking about the number of times, I played the game with 6 different builds. I changed my build every time I went through it. People say that sorcery is the easiest build. It isn't. It wasn't even close to the easiest build. It was like middle of the row build. Hardest build was Frenzy.
Yeah,
I did a pure Frenzy build, and Frenzy only works on Tarnished, so I did a playthrough where my abilities were useless.
Well, that's
So that was the worst one. Yeah, no, sorcery was about middle of the route. Like, people are, like, talk about Common Azure and how you can one-shot a boss with Common Azure. Common Azure requires so much setup, and a lot of bosses, because all they have to do is move, because it doesn't break poise at all. So you have to make sure that you are, like, perfectly lined up for your railgun to go off on them in order to one-shot them. So sometimes they just do not want to behave. Sometimes they're too fast. Sometimes the boss will have an opening cutscene for the beginning of their boss, so they'll sit you too close to the boss, and Common Azure becomes absolutely useless. Because if the boss is literally a foot in front of you, you ain't gonna drop Common Azure. Even if you didn't set up the potion and Terra Majestus, and you just tried to cast the spell, which you would almost never do, but you just tried to raw cast, you will never land Common Azure.
Oh, I've done that. Like, they'll get right up in my face. I'm like, I'm dropping this shit now. And I go, fuck. It's worked sometimes, yeah.
It does some damage, but it's not the, like, infinite killer that a lot of people say. First off, I will say Faith is actually more effective. Because it has, like, first off, it has more abilities, so it's funner to play around with. You get the dragon abilities, including Rotten Dragon Breath to inflict rot on your enemies, which just, because rot does health damage based on percentage. So if you drop rot on someone, their health bar disintegrates. Assuming they can be rotted. They also have, like, Stone of Beast Clergyman. It's like Gerlach or whatever the hell you say this dude's name. Which is very spammable. No, I don't think it's long of a range as some of the sorceries, but very spammable, does a good damage, I think does physical, very effective spell. And also the most busted spell in the entire game, Swarm of Flies, which the game does not have a response to, because unlike Common Azure, Storm of Flies can be spammed, has a low cast time, can break poise so you can stun lock enemies with it, and it inflicts bleed on the enemies. It's also homing, and it has a very slow movement speed, which probably makes it less effective against invaders, but you know what it doesn't make it effective against? Enemies, because enemies read your inputs in this game. So once you cast a ranged spell, the enemy will dodge automatically. The problem is, Swarm of Flies move so slowly that they can't dodge it, because they hit the dodge button too early, get hit with a swarm, then they poise break, then you keep spamming swarm until they hemorrhage to death. So Faith is better. And you can get it really early, because all you need to do is Vare's quest line. And that also gets you to the best grind zone in the game. So it's like, okay, no, Faith is better than sorcery anyway. But the easiest play, like, fighting style I found in the entire game, can you guess what it was?
Strength.
Mm-mm.
Dex.
Yes, but asterisk. I got a pair of a spiked Kestis.
Mm-hmm.
And I put Bloodhound Step on them.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Which is like a super dodge. Plenty of iframes, get you the hell out of dodge, right? And I enchanted them with Bleed. Dex plus Bleed is the easiest way to play Elden Ring. That's the true cheat route. Enemies cannot withstand the bleed onslaught. If you just go pop, 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 bleed, 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 and their health just goes, because, like, bleed, again, like rot, does damage based on percentage. So their health just go plop, 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 plop. There's very few bosses that can't bleed. And, I mean, honestly, if you can't beat the bosses that can't bleed, you suck too much to play Elden Ring anyway, quite frankly.
Womp.
I mean, you gotta have some difficulty in some fights, right?
Yeah.
You're not... there shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all for the bosses, but...
Yeah, I think pre-patch Radon was the only boss that really gave me, like, the business.
Yeah. I don't know, I had a pretty smooth playthrough. There was only one boss that I had any difficulty with at all. And you can probably guess who that is.
Millennia?
Yes. Side note. I kind of love her.
Oh, she's great, yeah.
I kind of love that fight. That Melania is going to be the boss that I think stands out the most, along with, like, Starscourge Radon from this game. They are unequivocally the best bosses in the game. And I remember I like praised Radon before. Melania's perfect. I think I even like her better. She's way harder, but it's like the two phases work for her, both like lore wise and like fight wise. Like they don't for a lot of other bosses, where it's just like, why does Freya have 3 phases? I don't know. Fuck you. That's why. It's like I love her moveset. Her moves aren't hard to dodge if you know what you're doing. Like if you know how to doing it. A lot of people will talk about how Melania heals 100% of the damage she deals, and how much of that's bullshit. And I'm going to be super honest with you. You'd think I'd hate that. I don't feel like it affects the fight in any way.
It doesn't. It makes it harder, but like if you don't get hit, then it doesn't matter.
She does so much damage that she doesn't tend to heal too much on me. I'm either dead or I'm not dead.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter that she's healing. Because she'll heal through the course of... She'll heal maybe like a small... Like a quarter, like an inch of health throughout the course of the entire fight. It doesn't... She barely heals. Because I'm either not getting hit or I'm dead.
Yeah, only the first phase was like the real problem for me. For whatever reason, it was the first phase. But the second phase, it was like easier for me for some reason.
But, I agree with an asterisk. Her Scarlet Aeonia is nuts. It's like a guaranteed one-hit kill if it connects.
Oh yeah.
I probably
it's very
had
well telegraphed though.
more issue. Oh yeah, for sure. I probably had more issues with Scarlet Aeonia than anything. And I was talking about it before, and I showed someone like a video of Lobos doing it, and I saw how he dodged it, and I'm like, I could do that, and so I did that. So I just stole someone else's dodge, but
No, that's fair, yeah.
Melania's great, Radon's great, especially love the lead up. I already talked about that before. Let's see, Ashes are great, and that's everything. I think that was everything I praised before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the nitty gritty. All right, here we go. Elden Ring, is it a good game? Yes. Is it a great game? Again, yes. Is Elden Ring a masterpiece?
No.
Absolutely not. This game is a mess.
It's not a mess, yeah.
This game is a complete mess. This is the best FromSoft game. I know you might disagree, but this is the best FromSoft game for one reason. Is it the best at anything it does except for, like, gameplay? Nope. But I would say Elden Ring is the best one by sheer averages. Like, its average level of quality is higher than the average level of quality in the other games. Which I think actually is interesting, because it means that Elden Ring won't necessarily be your favorite FromSoft action game. Like, if you like parrying a lot, and that's like your whole gimmick, you'll probably prefer Sekiro. Do you like hyper-aggressive combat? Bloodborne might actually be more your speed, right? Or do you like the atmosphere of Bloodborne? Still Bloodborne, right?
Yep.
Like character arcs and sense of community, we've got DS2 for you, right? Do you like just like tight, sexy level design? That's DS1, right? You like uniqueness and having a little bit of fun with it? You got your Demon Souls. Do you like the worst game in the series? You got your Dark Souls 3. There's something for everyone, and Elden Ring won't necessarily be your top FromSoft game, but just like, it's good enough, and it's like every other aspect of it that, like, if you average the total of like quality of all of its elements with the total quality of all the other elements, and like you add them together and then you divide by the number of elements, Elden Ring comes out on top. Is it my favorite? I don't know. I don't know. I might still prefer DS2, but I'm not 100% sure. And I can definitely see where there would be room to enjoy the other games. So it's not like a FromSoft killer, but I would say if you were trying to get in the series, Elden Ring, probably where to start off with, right?
Yeah, it's definitely good. It's definitely the easiest one.
I would agree.
But by far, it's
Yeah.
like between that and Demon Souls that I think are the easier ones.
Yeah.
Um, but I think if somebody was like, I've never played a Souls game or a Souls like in general, I think Elden Ring would be the one I'd be like, this is what you want to try first.
Yeah, no, as far as like Souls likes in general, I would actually probably still say that Elden Ring probably comes out on top. I know I always talk about like Code Vein being great. Elden Ring
Mm.
probably better than Code Vein. I will admit it, because there's some
Yeah, I still
jank in that game, and Elden Ring is just less jank. I hate to say it, but it is. It's just less
yeah.
jank, honestly. Um, but
Sekiro, I'm mad at right now, KADO, because I bought it again to try to play it, and for some whatever reason I cannot get a controller to work on PC, so I'm over it. I'm buying on PS4.
oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, it's the second time I bought it, but whatever.
I have never played it, but I know there are a lot of people that are like Sekiro has the best combat. Maybe it does. I could see that happening.
From what I've played, it's pretty good. Yeah,
It definitely has more involved combat for sure.
yeah,
But yeah, no, I think Elden Ring is probably the best Souls-like that I've ever played. There are people that will say and insist that Hollow Knight is a Souls-like. It's a Metroidvania. Go
it's
fuck
more of a
yourself.
Metroidvania.
Yes.
It's a Metroidvania.
If we're
it's a
including...
Metroidvania with Souls-like attributes to it.
Yeah,
but it's not a Souls-like.
It's like it's Souls-light. Like, you know, like Rogue Lights? It's like Souls Light, maybe, but it's a Metroidvania. Like, if we're including Hollow Knight, sure, Hollow Knight's better, whatever, who cares? But, like, but it's not a Souls-like, so...
I can't consider them because it's a Metroidvania. Like, that's what it is. It's a Metroidvania. I can't consider it anything.
I would say the same thing for like Salt and Sanctuary, which is more overtly inspired. I would still say it's like, no, that's not a Souls-like. I think a fundamental aspect of a Souls-like is that it has to be 3D, because a major aspect of them is like looping level design. That's part of what makes a Souls-like. And sure, looping level design exists in two-dimensional form, but the problem is that's already a genre.
Yeah, it's called Metroidvania.
It's called a Metroidvania, so...
Weird.
Like, the whole thing about Souls-likes is it takes Metroidvania concepts and then brings them into 3D. Otherwise, you're just Metroidvania. But, yeah, probably the best overall one. Okay, enough about that. Let's talk gameplay. First off, tightness. One thing, this game is very tight with its hitboxes, I have to say. I found, maybe in the entire game, 3 hitboxes that are busted. I already mentioned the dumb hand things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, 3, like, the dodging first off, I was a dodge king in this, right? Because so many of the other games, it's like, if you get caught on the wrong iframe, you just take the damage no matter what. But Elden Ring, like, because it's, like, so tight, I was able to, like, dodge and weave through everything. I almost didn't even use a shield in this game, honestly.
Oh, I never do anyway.
Because the dodging was so tight and the hitboxes were so clean. But speaking of shields, they fixed them from DS3 because they were busted in DS3. Because if anything like touched you at the top, you'd just like explode into damage instantly, and everything did like so much like damage through your shield that it was just pointless. They work a lot better. And oh yeah, that was another thing I was talking about, was about how like, I'm going to call them riposts, like you counterattack when you're guarding with a shield, and how that was a better mechanic than parrying, because it involves more strategy about deciding, do I have time for a heavy attack, do I not have time for a heavy attack, where's my footing? It's just a better mechanic overall. Not for you as a player, but from a gameplay perspective, it's a better mechanic. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so tight hitboxes, probably 3 busted hitboxes in the entire game. Those hands are a notable problem. They're just broken, straight up. But what I will say is, like, for anyone who's ever played like a FromSoft veteran will tell you that like you'll get 3 broken hitboxes by like the second or third area in most FromSoft games.
When you smash directly into someone and it still doesn't do any damage.
Like, we're talking 3 broken hitboxes. DS2, that's literally second area. That's Forest of Giants already. Already we've hit 3 broken hitboxes.
Yeah. Well.
So it's like, yeah, like even on like the tighter hitboxes like Bloodborne, you'll still get 3 broken hitboxes. But magnetic grabs are also a lot less common. There's only like 2 of them in the entire game, which is like Horaloo and that dumb fucking hand.
There's another one too. I'm trying to think of what it was.
I only got magneted twice, but I super believe you.
Yeah, I think it was in the volcano. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, but continue. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking about like Horaloo, that fight does something that looks cool and sounds cool on paper, but in functionality is terrible, and I hope they never bring it back. Do you know what I'm going to say with this?
What's that?
His grab attack. When he launches into his grab attack, time slows down. That's bullshit. That's complete. It does. It actually does. It slows down. And it fucks up your dodge timing, and it drives me crazy. Never do that again, FromSoft.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the reason why I don't remember is because I just blasted him with fucking comments. That's why I don't remember. Like, as soon as he fucking went second phase, I was like, yeah!
Yeah, no, it's busted. That it breaks. It like, it's cool because it's such a cool pose where he's like, rawr, and you're like, ah, but it bends the rules of the game to mess with your timing. And that's something none of the other games have done and should never do since. It fucks with your gameplay itself.
I'll play regular next time to see that, because I honestly...
Well, you were doing a strength build, right?
Yeah, eventually I'll go back to that, yeah.
So you'll probably encounter the time dilation grab. That sucks, but it's also like the only one that does it. Like, I get it, it's supposed to be cinematic, but I hate to break it to you, FromSoft, you can't do cinematic. That's not you. That's not your game.
Nice try, motherfuckers.
Yeah, don't even knock it off. But yeah, let's see. Grab attacks, not busted hitboxes, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, one thing I want to talk about is like boss balance and like boss maneuver abilities, because there are bosses that you encounter in this game that it's like that I've thought to myself, like, okay, how is this balanced? Right? Like, I remember fighting Black Blade, the Black Blade assassin, right? And I mostly did that fight as spellcasters when I was going through it, right? So like I was going through it and I rinsed her no problem. But the thing about that fight is, like, she never stops attacking. So as a spellcaster, I was able to get my distance and just rinse through her no problem. But I remember thinking to myself, like, man, if I was still playing as a strength build like I do in the other games, how would I hit her? Like, she never stops. There's no opening. It is just an endless slew of non-stop attacks. And, like, similarly, there's, like, other enemies you encounter later in the game as a spellcaster, where if you try to cast a spell, they auto-dodge. You try to cast a spell, like Crucible Knight's the big one, he just straight-up blocks you. Nothing you can do about it. They're so fast, they'll go through the entire arena instantaneously, and they auto-dodge all of your attacks, and it's like, okay, how do I hit them, though? Like, how is this balanced? Like, so it's unbalanced. So, like, that's part of the reason, like, there's no, like, one definitive build for Elden Ring except for Bleed.
Yeah.
That'll get you through the game, because no matter what you're playing as, you are going to encounter a boss that is specifically, like, broken in a way that it's like, there is no way this is balanced for this playstyle. And I came to the realization that I know how Elden Ring is balanced. It isn't. They didn't balance it. The game isn't balanced. Or more specifically, I think it is balanced, but I think it's balanced specifically around summoning ashes. I think the game is built with the intention of you using ashes to draw aggro.
Yes.
Because the game will, like, if you try and, like, get distance, chug, so many bosses just auto-counter that shit.
Yeah,
right?
There was the one in the tower. What the fuck was it? At the bottom of the tower or whatever. They, like, literally every time you go to chug, it'll fucking slap you.
Yeah, there's plenty of enemies like that. Like, they have, like, inborn moves to, like, prevent healing. So it's like, do it all without getting hit, but then they'll, like, attack endlessly, or they'll time dilate grab you, or, like, this kind of shit. And they have these, like, AoE attacks at certain points of the game, which hit the entire goddamn arena.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
just
they
like
do.
they're borderline undodgeable. It's like, what the fuck do I do here? And it's like clearly the game is intended around that's why people are like, man, it's so much harder without summoning ashes. It's because they're there to draw aggro. That is. The game is balanced around them. And honestly, I think they're a cool idea, but I think if they're going to balance the game specifically around the concept of these ashes, I would rather not have them.
That's
Like,
fair, yeah.
if this is the result of having them is bosses that are just not balanced, I would rather the game be balanced.
Yeah, I only use summons if it was a dual boss battle. That's the only time I used them. Just because I felt like it was fair.
I used them whenever,
Like,
but
yeah.
I don't care. I ain't got nothing to prove anymore. I made it. I platinumed Bloodborne. I have nothing to prove anymore. That is the hardest achievement in the Soulsborne games. Is platinuming Bloodborne.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, so it's like so many of the enemies are just straight up not balanced. Because you just got to draw the aggro. It's super annoying, honestly. And that, let's see, brings me to my other point, which is enemy health is out of control in this game. Excuse me. I'm not.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm not talking about the bosses. That might surprise everyone. I think boss health, because everyone has seen me complain about boss health in like DS3 before, and I possibly, definitely DS2, DS3, and I feel like one of the bosses in Bloodborne had a similar problem where I'm like, what the fuck is this health bar, right? But Elden Ring, I found the boss health totally fine. No complaints, actually, weirdly enough. You know what I will complain about, though, is random enemy health bars.
Yep. Yeah.
You knew where I was going with it.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Let's just take one simple anecdote, right? Farum Azula, the final level of the game. Generic base level enemy. I had magic katana, all right? 20 dex, 80 intelligence. Like, 600 AR on this fucking thing. All right? Like, we're talking a dex weapon with dex weapon speed that, like, hits as hard as my great swords in the other game. Generic random beast man. 5 hits? What? Excuse me? That's not even talking like the big beast man.
No, yeah, that final level, like, just, oh my god.
It's not even, like, hard. It's just obnoxious. It's like,
it really
what is with these fucking health bars?
And there's so many of them in, like,
yeah,
every fucking room, too. Like, I remember there was a room where you had, like, some of the fucking shooty guys, like, up top, and, like, one big guy and, like, 3 small guys, and you're like, fuck.
Oh, I was thinking about the 3 summoners and the room of, like, 5 regulars in Farum Azula with the pillars where they're like, whoop, 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 and they'll like summon lightning at you, and you're like, what? And you'll hit like one of them. And remember, it's like 5 hits for a regular, like 12 hits for a summoner, so it's just you whacking all day.
There was a point where I think I just got them all together and just fucking blasted them all in a straight line just to get rid of them all.
I can't even blame you. And as we're talking about, like, oh, the magic's a super easy way, I'm going to remind everyone, bleed does damage based on health percentage. Guess the fastest way I found to kill things at Farum Azula? It was bleed. Guess the fastest way to kill Crucible Knight? Guess what? Actually not bleed, but dex weapons can outspeed his slow movement speed, so it doesn't fucking matter anyway.
Yeah, he was a god. Yeah,
he doesn't want to proc bleed. I don't think I was able to actually get a bleed on him.
Yeah, I haven't tried bleed on him, because,
yeah. Fuck Crucible Knight, by the way. Just fuck him. Fuck everything about that guy. Anyway, enemy health is out of control. That brings us to point number 2. Or 5, whatever. I don't care. I'm not even counting. Nobody is, really, right? Enemy damage is out of control.
Yeah, it is. It really is, though, yeah. You can go through an area and just be like, these guys hit nothing, and then you get to one enemy, it's like, Fuck you.
Oh, there went your whole health bar. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a joke where that I saw, like a meme where it's like, so you're playing a FromSoft game, right? Playing Demon Souls, you can't win, get good. Playing DS1, can't win, get good. Playing DS2, level adaptability. Playing DS3, get good. Playing Bloodborne, get good. Playing playing Elden Ring, level your health.
Yep. Yeah. You learn that real quick in that game.
Obviously, we all know my style. I played relatively low health most of the game. But as someone who also did like an 100% playthrough anyway, by the end of the game, I still had a shit ton of health. But like, I played most of the game on like 15 health.
Yeah, I think at the
because
end of my
I'm a
playthrough,
monster.
35 or 40 health, yeah. I was tired of getting one shot because I was so squishy because I was a fucking mage.
He's just flattened, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is still an issue that they had since like DS3, but I didn't Grace is more common, so it's not as big of an issue, but I hate the concept of like Ashen Estus or whatever the shit they call it in this game, like Cerulean Tears or some bullshit, whatever Ashen Estus. I hate the concept of it because it means that like in order to have like magic, you're inherently have less health as a caster. It makes no sense. I
actually didn't have a problem with that because like I always seemed to have it was balanced. Like I think I always had like 6 and 6.
Let me say I think I ran 8 and 4, but what I will say is it's not a difficulty issue. It's like a concept problem. I have problems with the concept of you having inherently less MP just because you have more health. Like,
yeah, no, that makes sense.
I would much rather there be 2 different flasks that you have to level up separately. Like, that would be my preference. If they still wanted to do it, they could make it so the same upgrade material applies to both, and maybe there isn't enough upgrade materials for both in one playthrough. Maybe you got a New Game Plus or anything. Like, if they wanted to play around with that, but I would much rather, instead of, like, automatically assigning it, I would much rather, like, an actual, like, 2 separate flasks. I think that would be better. I've hated that since DS3. I was always like, wow, casters are just at an inherent disadvantage in that regard. And as I've already talked about, they're not at an inherent advantage anyway in this game. Or DS3 for that matter. Casting's really weak in DS3 also. Enemy damage out of... They do so much damage, but... before I talked about like, oh, boss health isn't the problem, it's random enemy health. No, boss damage is also a problem, though. For real, though, like, they'll straight one-shot you. Like, I've been one-shot so many times. You want to know the craziest time I got one-shot, John? New Game Plus 4. Alright? Had a Great Shield, 91 Guard. Okay? I had 99 Vigor. Max health, wearing like bull armor, best armor in the game, like 25% damage reduction with extra damage reduction for 50% damage reduction. I got caught blocking with all of that at full health. Guess how much damage that did?
All of it.
All of it. I died. With a 91 guard shield and the best armor at the game, 50% damage reduction at full health with 99 vigor. I fucking died? Are you kidding me? What the hell is with this damage in this game? Why is it so high?
Yeah, I think gravity was my biggest contender.
Oh, yeah, gravity is. It's so... First off, just remove fall damage. I mean, it wasn't even like a problem because it's like such a small distance between I have taken fall damage and I have instantly died. Just remove fall damage entirely. It had no business being in the game. It added nothing to it. But yeah, I would actually have liked to see the fall drop distance before you instant die. I'd actually like to see that be increased, or maybe some of the instant death planes removed, because it's always like a gamble whether you can jump or not. And really in Elden Ring, it's never like, can I jump? Will I take a lot of damage? It's always, will I just straight up die for some reason?
Yeah. There's a lot of times I'm like, I can trust this fall. No. Even on the horse.
I will also have to say they patched out like weird puzzle solutions that people came up with. Like there's a really dumb, I think like ring or something that you get in like Dragon Burrow.
Mhm.
And it's a dumb jumping puzzle, which Elden Ring sucks at jumping puzzles, but compared to the others, it's incomparable. I mean, at the very least, there's a dedicated jump button, so it's better, but stop doing jumping puzzles, FromSoft. Anyway, there's this dumb jumping like puzzle to get like this item or some shit, right? And what people found is because you don't take damage if you're engulfed in like a torrent, you get on the horse, you jump up, and then you just fall over the cliff and land safely.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. FromSoft literally just patched an invisible wall for no reason other than to make you go down the dumb jumping puzzle. Why? Why?
Just fuck you.
Why
fine.
add that? Why?
Just do it the right way or don't do it at all.
Obviously, I had to do it the right way. Yeah. So yeah, damage out of control on both sides. God, let's see what else. What else is the problems with this game? There's so many. There's so many problems with this game. Oh yeah, here's the big one. Here's the final gameplay problem I have with Elden Ring. I think, which is level design. So here's a fun fact. I actually re-listened to the pre-release portion of the podcast earlier, just because I was curious what I would say, because I didn't want to super repeat myself. One of the things I claimed is that they were going to put way more energy and time into the starting area of the game and less time into the other areas of the game because they wanted the demo to look good. Yup.
You ain't wrong.
I ain't wrong. Yeah, Stormvale Castle still way wildly too big. What the hell were they thinking? Way bigger than all of the other legacy dungeons. Yeah, so real quick, I want you to mentally picture the map of Elden Ring. I'm sorry that this is going to go on for a while, but then we'll never have to talk about Elden Ring again. Mentally picture the Elden Ring map, right? So you start off in Limgrave, okay? So we're going to take a little bit of assumption, but we're going to try to assume the way FromSoft intended you to play the game, right? So, and I'll show a little bit of logic, right? You go from the starting area, follow the Site of Grace, hit Stormgate, you got your girl, right? Now you have a maiden, all right? You hit Stormvale Castle, you find Margit, he pushes your shit in. You leave.
You do that.
If you just follow the path out, it'll take you to Caelid. You'll try to save there. Anastasia will appear. You go, okay, that's not going to happen. That's the wrong direction. You'll find the dude. He'll send you to go save his castle. You might meet Blod there in the area. You might go down the elevator. You're going to get your shit pushed in by the Clayman. It won't matter. Whatever. You go past the forest, blah, blah, blah. You get half of the Dectus medallion. Then you push in to... You find another path, and it's like, what's this? Bada bing, bada boom. You end up in Weeping Peninsula. Now you're in the real starting area of the game. Congratulations, right? You go through that. Obviously, you know you're supposed to do this first because the Irina questline needs to be completed to start the Hayata questline. Obviously, you can do all of this out of order, but this is probably the intended way, right? You finish Weeping Peninsula, head back up, beat Margit, go through Stormvale, bada bing, bada boom, welcome to Lernia, okay? You do Lernia, you probably, like, start up your Ranni quest line, you finish up Lernia, you finish up Roanoa Zoro, whatever the shit the queen's name is, right? Yeah, thank you. That Ranni points you to Caelid. And here's another further information that you're supposed to be going to Caelid afterwards, is you're told, obviously, you know there's another path to go to Atlas. Who cares, right? But, like, the big way is, like, hey, check out the Dectus lift, right? Where's the other half of that? Well, you're told it's in Caelid. So, obviously, you go to Caelid after Lernia. You go to Caelid, fight Radahn, you get your Dectus medallion, takes you to Necron, etc., etc., etc. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. Then you go to Atlas Plateau. From Atlas Plateau, there are two different directions you can go. You can either go to the capital, or you can go to Volcano Manor. At this point, you have possibly done Raya the Scout's mission to unlock Volcano Manor. Or you've encountered Patches, who points you to the abductor, to the Virgin Abductor Maidens in Raya Lucario, which still warps you to Volcano Manor. Or you just walk up the path and go to Volcano Manor. At this point, there's 3 different ways pointing you to Volcano Manor. You get to Volcano Manor, you start the Volcano Manor questline. At this point, you can go through the Volcano Dungeon, you can kill Ryard, Lord of Blasphemy, or whatever, but you're probably not supposed to. But at the very least, you can start Volcano Manor at this point. Then you go to the Royal Capital. All right, here's where I'm getting at, right? So after you finish the Royal Capital, the entire game becomes linear.
It really does, yeah.
Yeah, it's just Royal Capital, Ice Fields, Farum Azul. You did it! Like, before, you start off the game in Limgrave, and you have all these directions to go. Maybe they're too hard for you, maybe they're not. But you have all of these areas, but the second you hit the capital, it is just a straight line. No, it's not like it opens up multiple areas. It is just Capital, Icefield, Farum. That's it. It just directs you in a direct straight line. Like, obviously you go through the Frost Fields. Maybe you've done the Wolf Quest. Maybe that'll get you to Heagle Tree. But Heagle Tree is more like a giant dungeon than an area. Like, you can't roam Heagle Tree. It's just one big legacy dungeon, effectively. So even if you get to Consecrated Fields, it doesn't matter. Similar thing to, like, Mogwin Palace, right? If you warp to Mogwin Palace, it's just a big dungeon. I mean, that's all Consecrated is once you get the lift, it's just one big dungeon. So, like, it just leads you to 2 big dungeons, I should say, right? Snowfields themselves, like I mentioned previously, that the way Elden Ring is designed is so they use changes in elevation and your lack of, like, jump height to create scenarios where your character is set to walk on a certain path. They use this to limit your ability to attack from different angles. So it's like, sure, you can attack Snorenvale Castle from the front, but you can't attack it from behind, can you? Can't attack it from the side, you attack Stormvale Castle from the front. Same thing, like, picture like a peninsula, right? If it's, like, elevated up for a cliffside, you have to walk up the path up the peninsula. You can't attack from behind or the sides. They do this. There's nothing wrong with this gameplay design. But this is how they designed the gameplay and the areas for everywhere past Lindell. Is every area is designed with these spiraling level structures that just go to straight dead ends, so you're forced up the mountaintop all the way. And it's like, for an open world game, about half of the game isn't very open world. It's just like, effectively, the snowfields are just one big dungeon, because there's nowhere to go or roam. It's just one big spiral, just like Stormvale would be. You know what I'm trying to say here?
No, I get that. Yeah.
It like connects to smaller dungeons, like Lindell's Underground or some bullshit tomb or something, or some castle. But it's still like, even if you can roam around and there's like a few things here, there's also like a lot less in the snowfield. And the reason I'm harping so much on the snowfield is because Farum Azul is just a dungeon. And Lindell, I remember going to Lindell and I was like overwhelmed. I'm like, there's too much in Lindell. And then I realized there is nothing in Lindell. I know you agreed with me. You're like, yeah, and I'm like, no, there's nothing. It's empty. Here's what I'm gonna say. Like, it's not an area to explore or anything. It is just a dungeon. And I was like, oh, there's so much going on. But then I realized all of those paths on Lindell just converge to the same point. So, yeah. I mean, that is one of the things I praised Elden Ring for, was it's like, you have different ways of attacking it. And yes, that's cool for a dungeon design, but for an open world level, that's nothing. You've just created a dungeon. And that's like half of the game. Like, once you've popped Volcano Manor and Atlas, the rest of it is just one big line. So it definitely fails in like the open world aspect towards the second half of the game. And let's see, bop, bop, blop, Heagle Tree, blah, 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 whatever. I already talked about all that. Another thing I want to talk about this game, I swear we will stop talking about Elden Ring forever once we're done. This has probably been going on for 2 hours, but there's so much to talk about. What is your favorite boss in this game?
Millennia's up there, yeah. She was really good. Yeah. She's probably my favorite boss now.
Millennia?
Yeah.
My favorite boss in this game is probably what God, hold on. What is this called? Hold on. I
Rykard was cool too.
huh?
Rykard
Rykard?
was cool.
I didn't like the
Yeah,
Rykard boss. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm sorry. Never mind. I remembered. I don't need to look it up. My favorite boss in this game is Ulcerated Tree Spirit.
why?
My second favorite boss in this game is Ulcerated Tree Spirit. My third favorite boss in this game is Ulcerated Tree Spirit. And if we're allowed mini bosses on our favorite boss list, right, for our top 5, I'm also a big fan of Ulcerated Tree Spirit, Ulcerated Tree Spirit, Ulcerated Tree Spirit, and quite possibly the best fight in the entire game, Ulcerated Tree Spirit, but there's 3 of them now. I would have to say I'm also a big fan of Crystallian, 2 Crystallians, 3 Crystallians, 3 Crystallians, but now they're Rotten Crystallians. Yep, Rotten Crystallian is a big one. I'm a big fan of Godskin Apostle. Big fan of Godskin Priest. Big fan of Godskin Apostle and Godskin Priest. And of course, Godskin Duo, which is, as we all know, Godskin Apostle and Godskin Priest. But now they come back to life.
Yeah, fuck that fight.
So, needless to say, those aren't really my favorite bosses. What I'm bringing up is Tomb Cat, second Tomb Cat, third Tomb Cat, fourth Tomb Cat. There's 2 Tomb Cats now. Now there's 3 Tomb Cats. Now there's 2 Tomb Cats, but it's 2 different Tomb Cats. Like, so I mentioned that I was going to talk about something you mentioned where you thought the game was too big. I fully agree with you. Here's why. Elden Ring does not fill its world with meaningful content. It fills its world with bullshit. There's
you're not wrong.
So many repeated bosses throughout the game, so many repeated enemies throughout the game, that it's like you get to the end and you're not like rewarded with some epic fight. It's just like, here's a whole bunch of bullshit dungeon that's similar to some other dungeon, and then you get to refight an enemy you fought. The one I really want to focus in is like Godskin Apostle and like Godskin Priest or whatever this dude's called, right?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about that fight specifically because, do you know why? That fight is the final boss of a dungeon on the snowfields.
Mm-hmm.
That you find on the path from the frozen lake. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because if you are traveling through the frozen lake, and you have to, because the snowfields are built in a straight line, you will pass this dungeon. You will probably do this dungeon, right? So you leave the frozen lake, you will continue on, you will end up in Farum Azula, and then you will fight the mandatory boss, Godskin Duo, which is just the same 2, but they come back to life.
And they're bullshit.
It's like so fucking repetitive. Like, it felt like they did the Skyrim thing where they wanted to make the world bigger, but they didn't have enough to fill it up. So they just copy and pasted some bullshit everywhere.
Yeah, which I expected going in, because I just had a feeling that they were gonna do that. So like I see where you're coming from, but there are some like unique ones. Like my favorite, most unique boss that I just randomly encountered was like the Spirit Collar Snail. Because when I walked into there, I had no idea what to do.
Well, it's also a generic enemy.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, this thing's blue now. And wait, the health bar is not going on down when I hit it. What's going on here? Like, and I thought the game was like glitched at first. Until like the third time when like I killed the guy and then I saw the little snail in the corner. I'm like, motherfucker.
I had a similar experience.
Yeah.
My issue isn't with every boss in the game. Melania and Radahn are great.
Yeah.
None of the other bosses are. But Melania and Radahn are great.
Yeah, I like Melania Radahn. I thought Rykard was cool because they did like the fucking giant one but better. Like with the gimmick weapon and all that. I thought that one was cool. There's another one that I really liked. I can't remember off the top of my head though. I like the dragon fights too. Some of those are fun.
They're
They're all
kind of
basically
like
the
the
same.
same thing over and over again. Some of them are cool. Like,
Yeah.
whenever the dragon starts shooting lightning, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dragon
Yeah.
Lord, by the way, one of those bosses with damage out of control. Like, full health, 99 vigor, just dead instantly
Yeah.
with one of his sweeping attacks. I just got caught, and I'm like, how did I even die?
Mm.
Yeah, no, it's what I said about, like, you're like, I would like to see the game world smaller. I agree. That's actually more what I'm getting at. I'm not saying every boss in the game is bad. What I'm saying is that I would have also liked to see the world smaller, because all of this bullshit that we're talking about, like these repeats, cut them out.
Yeah,
Like,
I think if they would have ended at the capital, I think that would have been like the perfect endpoint, because we could have done the stuff at the capital, and then that would have just been endgame right there.
oh, I don't have any problem with, like, burning the Erd Tree down. I do agree it might have been more climactic. I don't have anything inherently wrong with Snowfield, but, like, there needed to be more spawning off from Snowfield. You can't just drop Snowfield and, like, Farum Azul. That's nothing, right?
Yeah.
But it's more like the side content is just, like, repetitive, and it doesn't... I don't know. And another thing I want to talk about like exploration is, like, transporter chests. Because you'll probably encounter your first transporter chest and have no idea what's going on, and then you get warped to an endgame area and you're just gonna straight die. Like, the only solution is you have to, like, run. Like, the first one you'll probably encounter is on the lake with the dragon. You'll be teleported to a Clayman boss area in Kaliad, and they're just gonna kill you. So your reward for, like, going through the area and killing all of the enemies and getting the treasure, and you're like, oh, what's my reward for this? Is, guess what? You lose all your souls and you fucking die, and now you have to run through a level with enemies that you're not gonna stand any chance against. Like, a lot of points, it feels like you're punished in the game for exploring. Cool, I guess. A very bad trait for an open world game.
It's that middle finger, you know? They just had to throw the middle finger.
Yeah, it's not... I would honestly... Mimics are a better idea than transporter chests. Because...
I was surprised there was not a single mimic in this game.
Even if you have to, like, fight it, you still get the reward once you beat the mimic, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like, transporter chests suck. Just in general.
Like, how are you going to bring the frogs back, but not bring back mimics?
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much. I know while we were talking, I even thought of, like, another thing I had to complain about, but I think it slipped my mind. Because I think the thing about, like, the Elden Ring is, like, there's so much, like, broken bullshit in it that I feel the need to complain about.
No, that's fair, yeah.
So let's quick rapid fire some stuff off. The Erd Tree. I realized this after I finished the game. It's just the Fantasia tree from Berserk. I remember I was like, oh yeah, Elden Ring seems a lot less inspired by Berserk than the others, and then I like looked at the Erd Tree and was like, wait a minute, that's just the fucking Fantasia tree. And I know I harp on like Miyazaki a lot for, like, ripping off Berserk, but, like, here's the thing, and when I don't necessarily rip off other fantasy stories for ripping off, like, fantasy, but it's like the reason I always get on, like, Miyazaki's case about this shit is because, like, good artists borrow, great artists steal. Like, the thing about Miyazaki is that he just keeps ripping off Berserk. Like, if he was like, oh, I like this from Berserk, but I'll take some of this from Game of Thrones, I'll take some of this from, like, Lord of the Rings, I'll take, you know, like, some of this from, like, Wheel of Time or some shit, but Miyazaki's like, Berserk and previous FromSoft games that have already been made. That's it. That's all he does. He just makes it over again. And it's like they had to bring in George R.R. Martin just so he doesn't fucking rip himself or Berserk off any harder. And he still managed to do it, so...
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, yeah.
This game also has a lot of mechanics and bosses brought back from previous FromSoft games. Like, you mentioned, like, Rykard being similar to, like, Stormcaller, which was, of course, similar to Yorm. And, like, Godskin Duo is really similar to, like, Throne Watcher and Throne Defender from DS2. And I kind of appreciate that they took inspiration from literally all of the games and, like, took a lot of ideas from all of those games. Surprisingly enough, DS2, which they tried to disown previously. And I can appreciate that, but I'm also mixed on it. Because, like, at what point does, like, homage turn into, like, FromSoft is just ripping themselves off again, right? And I'm not sure if Elden Ring... I'm not sure which side of the spectrum Elden Ring's on. I don't know if they're just ripping themselves off again, or if they're, like, just paying homage to their previous works, or if they're trying to improve on it. I'm not sure with that. Yeah, I'm a little dicey about that. I'm willing to move on to the last part of Elden Ring that I have problems with.
All right.
The story of Elden Ring is an incoherent mess.
Were you not surprised by that?
I was surprised by the level of mess it was at. Like, so George R.R. Martin wrote for the game, and George R.R. Martin's a good writer, and he has worked on scripts before. But what I feel like went wrong was, I don't know if they just got him so they could shove his name on it. I don't know how much he worked on it for. I know in an interview he said he was called to make a Dark Souls sequel. So I don't know if they lied to him about what he was writing. I don't know how much he was involved in, but the issues that are in this game scream Miyazaki fucked up.
My understanding is that he wrote the backstory for the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what my understanding is.
That is what I would believe he did. Because the problems with the game aren't, I don't necessarily think, the backstory. The problems with the game are how the story is presented. Because that's where they fuck up. So, let's talk about story presentation. Let's just start with a simple problem. John, what is your goal in Elden Ring? Do you know offhandedly?
To take control of the Erd Tree and become the Elden Lord.
Close. The goal of Elden Ring is to acquire the Great Runes so that you can repair the Elden Ring, and then you become the consort to Queen Marika, and that makes you the Elden Lord. So let's just start off with this easy problem. What is an Elden Lord, and what does it do?
It just kind of turns into a wrestler and throws you around.
Here's another thing. What the fuck is the Elden Ring?
It's the gold thing on the cover.
Sure. What the fuck is the Erd Tree?
It's a giant glowy tree that's from Berserk.
So, here's some of my issues with Elden Ring. The Erd Tree is implied to be involved in the process of, like, reincarnation, and Marika acts as a conduit to contact and connect with the Great Will, but she betrayed the Great Will after the Night of the Black Knives. Simple enough, right? The thing is, I don't know what the Elden Ring is. And let's be clear, I did every questline. I talked to every NPC until they ran out of dialogue. I even did Vayr's questline. I read all of the boss weapons, all of the boss armor, all of the spells in the game. I read all of the Great Runes. I read all of the key items. I'm not saying this information is not in the game. What I am saying is, this information is not presented in a easily accessible manner. And I've seen people complain about the story of Elden Ring, and people are like, well, this must be your first FromSoft game. And to that I say, bitch, this must be your first FromSoft game. I want you to go back to DS1, legitimately read all relevant items that you could find, that, boss items, key items, etc., and talk to every NPC you find. By the time you get to the end of the game, you might not know every detail, and that's fine. But you're gonna know what your fucking goal is, and you're gonna know why you're doing it. And that's the problem with Elden Ring. Why the fuck am I doing this? It's more interested in introducing the NPCs of the game in the opening, where it's like, Fia, the deathbed companion, Oralu, the loathsome dung eater. And it's like, cool. What is this game about, though? I do not know what the Elden Ring is. I know it is a symbol of the Golden Order, and if you repair it, you can restore the Golden Order. I do not know what the Golden Order is. I assume the Elden Lord is the leader of the Golden Order, but because I don't know what the Golden Order is, I don't fucking know what the Elden Lord is. As far as I'm concerned, the Elden Lord is the consort of Queen Marika, who acts as a conduit to the Great Will. That is straight up all I know. I know the Erd Tree exists. I know you can plant more Erd trees, and I know that it governs reincarnation, but I do not know its significance. I don't know why there's 100 of them at the end of the game. I have no fucking idea.
Dark Souls.
I know a Tarnished is a former member of the Golden Order, but for the fucking life of me, I still don't know what the Golden Order is, so that doesn't matter. It's... and then let's talk about, like, some of the other endings and some of the lore related to that, right? What the fuck is Ronnie's goal?
To be the new waifu.
Ronnie wants to, like, usher in the Age of Stars. People are like, Ronnie wants to overthrow the gods or become a new god or something. Here's the thing. She does not use the word god. She used the word star. She wants to, like, take a hands-off approach and hold back, like, the stars or some shit, right? That doesn't necessarily mean gods. I have never seen a link between stars and gods. As far as I'm concerned, like, the star larva that you fight, like Estelle, you remember Estelle, the final boss of Ronnie's questline? That seems more in line with, like, she trying to hold back, like, comet aliens? What the fuck is Ronnie's goal? And people are like, Ronnie's goal seems evil. It does. It does seem evil. When you listen to her talk, she sounds like a fucking sociopath. But...
yeah,
but
that goes
like,
in Bloodborne.
This was mistranslated from the Japanese version, and then you read the Japanese version, and it sounds maybe a little more benevolent, but it still sounds kind of fucked up, quite frankly. She still seems evil, and I still don't know what her fucking goal is. Alright, let's take a look at the other endings. Fia's ending, where you bring, like, true death or whatever to the world. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is true death? Can people not die in this world? Because it's implied Tarnished might not be able to die in this world, but, like, what? Would you like to elaborate on that, game? It's just like, yeah, I don't know, Tarnished can't die, which is, like, something they kind of say, but, like, do we come back to life? Do we respawn like we're hollows? Like, let's look back to DS1, right? The Undead Curse. You understand how the Undead Curse works. How the what the fuck is a Tarnished? Does everything that's not a Tarnished come back? I don't know. And, like, true death is only ever used in context of, like, bringing death to the demigods. So is, like, the Age of Dusk where you just kill a bunch of demigods? What the fuck is Fia's goal? And then there's fucking Dung Eater's main quest line, where Dung Eater, like, he, like, wants you to, like, bring in, like, an Age of Curse, right, and use himself as, like, a seedbed curse. What the fuck is a seedbed curse? It says that Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse, which almost implies that Dung Eater just found the damn thing and is just planting it in people. Did he find it? Did he make it? What does it fucking do? What is the Seedbed Curse? Because at the end of Dung Eater's questline, you shove it in the fucking Elden Ring to bring in an Age of Curse, but, like, people will say that that has to do with omens, right? Dung Eater is trying to turn everyone into omens because he admires the omens so much. Nowhere in Dung Eater's questline, outside of his armor looking like an omen, does it mention that Dung Eater is turning people into omens. It doesn't say it at the end of the game. It doesn't mention it in the Seedbed Curse. Dung Eater never tells you he's turning into omens. He just says, you'll be cursed, and that's it. It is stated that your soul won't return to the Erd Tree when you die. I don't fucking know what that means, like, the context of that means. And if we talk about, like, does Dung Eater create all omens? Is that a thing that Dung Eater does? Is he the progenitor of all omens? Like, his armor's supposed to look like omens, so probably not. So are there, like, naturally occurring omens? And then if we're talking about omens, if the demigods, like Margit, right, and Mog, are descended from Queen Marika, why are they fucking omens? How, if Marika is a direct conduit to the Greater Will and is connected to the Erd Tree, how the fuck did she shit out 2 omens? What caused them to be cursed? Or do you mean to tell me that Dung Eater somehow cursed them in the womb? Or is he just trying to spread the curse? It doesn't. They don't explain anything. And you might say, oh, Sack, they never fully explained every plot point in the previous games, which would be true. And I would concede that point. If only for the fact that I weren't talking about the actual literal endings of the fucking game. In every previous FromSoft game, even the fucking complete nonsensical bullshit that DS3 is, that doesn't make any goddamn sense, at the bare minimum, you know what is happening when you beat the game. And you do not in Elden Ring. Let's talk about the endings of Elden Ring. We have Age of Stars, which, if we assume is about overthrowing the gods, how is that different than the Golden Order ending that Golden Mask presents? It's the same fucking ending, but with a prettier cutscene. Right? Then there's like Age of Frenzy, that's its own ending, whatever, put that off to the side. You get a pass there, right? And then you don't know what you're doing because you don't know the implications of the ending. The game doesn't expand on the implications of the ending. It's just you sitting on a throne and being like, and then you ushered in the Age of Fracture, or the Age of Order, or the Age of Dusk, or the Age of fucking Curse. Go fuck everyone. And it's like, this is the same bullshit from Mass Effect 3. This game just has the same Mass Effect 3 choose your color endings. And no one is talking about this. Except, wait for it, this game's endings are worse than Mass Effect 3's choose your color endings. Because at least in Mass Effect 3, when you choose the color, you knew what the color did. Another thing that drives me crazy about this game is characters having two names for no fucking reason. Now, Ronnie, I will give a pass to, right? Because at the bare minimum, Ronnie was supposed to be dead. So it makes sense that she'd give you a fake name and then be like, okay, fine, I'm actually Ronnie. Why does Margot pretend to be... Why does Margot pretend to be Margit or whatever? Like, genuinely, when you get to Margit's boss and he shows up out of nowhere, the game never told you who this person was. So when he's like, I wasn't actually Margot, I was actually Margit, you're like, so? Who the fuck are you? I remember fighting you, and that is the totality of my information on you. Mog will give a pass because he doesn't change his fucking name. But, like, that's a big one. It's like, who cares? Who cares that your name is actually Margit? And that also brings me at the end here, which is, like, when you fight Godfrey at the end, and he kills Siraj, and then he, like, kills Siraj to, like, unseal his power or whatever, and then he's like, now I fight as Horalu, warrior! Here's the deal. I knew who Horalu was when I got to that scene. Did you?
No.
Here's the thing. 99% of Elden Ring players had no idea who the fuck Horalu was.
I just figured that was his wrestling name.
That's the problem. It's like this scene shows you things with such gravity that you're supposed to care about because it's important to the lore of the game, because George R.R. Martin probably wrote it as being important to the lore of the game. But Miyazaki had to fucking Miyazaki it up and scramble the story in an incoherent and, at this point, seemingly random and broken way so that whenever things are supposed to be hitting with narrative weight, they fucking don't, because you don't know what's happening in the goddamn game. Here's one other problem I have with this game. The final boss is Ratigan. Why is the final boss Ratigan?
Because he's got that fancy hammer.
Sure. You know what Ratigan does with that fancy hammer?
Smacks the shit out of you.
Tries to restore the Elden Ring. You get to the end of the game. You are trying to restore the Elden Ring. Why are you fighting Ratigan? You have the same goal. Wouldn't it make more sense to fight Marika? You know,
yeah.
The one who fucking broke it?
Well, aren't they the same person?
Yes. Somehow.
Yeah.
How are they
There you go.
How were they the same person, by the way? That's another issue. They were in two places at the same time, and then they had babies, which doesn't make us... Unless they're fucking Vishnu. Do I mean Vishnu? I don't... Shiva?
Sure.
Whatever. Yeah, like, how the fuck does that work? They're in, like, two places at the same time, and then one of them, like, breeds with Renala, and then they come back, and then, what the fuck is happening with that? They don't elaborate or explain anything.
Yeah.
Krishna. I was thinking of Krishna. Yeah, is she fucking Krishna? The issues with Elden Ring are that they don't explain to you what's fucking happening in any meaningful way. And, like, I looked at all the key items, all the boss items, all the remembrances. I should, bare minimum, know what is happening. I'm not saying the information's not in the game. I'm saying I should know what's fucking happening. And I don't. And I think perhaps that might be the most infuriating part of Elden Ring of all. Oh, that and Gameplay Rise, from Lindell onward, I just stopped having fun. Yeah, that's my Elden Ring thing. Do you have anything to add? I'm so sorry. That probably took like 2.5 hours. How long have we been going?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half? Oh, that's the longest rant anyone has ever went on in the podcast, but not that much longer than Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's true. That was pretty long. Yeah, I don't really... I've already talked this game to death. I have a lot of the same criticisms and stuff like that. I think it should have ended at the capital, mostly because I hate snow levels in general. But yeah, it's still a solid like 8 out of 10 for me though. So
I would agree with an 8 out of 10. Actually, that is the exact score I would give it.
Yeah,
because like
it's
I said,
a good game.
Yeah, is it a good game? Yeah. Is it a great game? Yeah, still yeah. Is it a masterpiece? No. Fuck no.
It's not Guardians of the Galaxy.
I shouldn't be able to shit on a game for an hour and a half and it still be considered a masterpiece. Two minor points I'm going to bring up. I mentioned in the last podcast that I saw no evidence that Radahn uses his gravity magic to not crush his horse. And I wanted to assume that the horse was just really strong. I am very sorry to tell everyone. I did find it. They do specifically state he uses his gravity magic to not crush his horse.
They do, yeah.
I'm sorry. I wanted it to just be a really strong horse, but it isn't.
The horse is the real MVP of the game because he has to... That horse just needs to die. That horse looks fucked. Like, he has no business being underneath that giant man.
Yes. What I also find amusing about Elden Ring is that it is a game about getting a girlfriend.
Yeah, you kind of, yeah.
It's a game about getting a girlfriend, basically. There's so many girls that are just, like, after your dick in this game. There's, like, Melina, there's Ronnie, there's Fia, there's Marika, there's Hayata. And it's like, they use the word consort. So they're not being subtle about it. It's a game about getting girlfriend. And what I find amusing is when you look at Steam achievements, the most commonly achieved ending is, you guessed it, Age of Stars. The ending where you get married to Ronnie.
She's waifu, bro.
Elden Ring players might want to pretend that they're these, like, unstoppable gamers and they hate them Japanese RPGs with their damn waifus. But when the numbers come out... you still choose the waifu. And it's worth noting that Ronnie is, like, the second most, like, the number one... Yeah, Ronnie is the most involved questline in the game, because you can just go to that door at any point to get Age of Frenzy. I tested that. As long as you can open the door, you get it. You don't need to do any hiatus questlines or anything, right? Ronnie is the most involved ending in the entire game, and it's the most chosen one. I'm on to you, FromSoft. Only other thing...
You also get the good boy weapon, too. So.
Yeah. I never used it. Only other thing I want to talk about is Melina is a serious contender for best level waifu. Because she goes with you on the journey like Shauna. She has a story. And I will say, I don't know if I prefer her more than Shauna, but she's definitely a contender because, unlike Shauna, Melina has one thing that the other level ups waifus don't. She will fight with you for the Margot boss. You can summon her as an ally, and you can't do that with any of the others. So there you go. That's Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I'm ready to move on.
So Arkham Trilogy. I bought these games a while ago on sale for like, I think it was like $12, all three of them. This is gonna be kind of quick because boy did I hate these fucking games. But yeah, these games are horrible. I hated every second of them. I have played Arkham Asylum
Did you
before.
play all of them?
I played all three of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so I played Asylum, City, and Night.
I have
All three
heard
of them.
City is good.
City is. I think the first one.
I was honestly, with that pause, expecting you to come back with the worst one.
No, Arkham Knight is the worst one by far.
I have heard that. Yeah,
I think Asylum is the best one, personally.
I played about I think 60% of Asylum, and I didn't like it. I did not like it.
Yeah. I thought it was story-wise, it was the most cohesive one. Just because it was like right there. Like Arkham City had like a lot of side shit and a whole bunch of shit. And I'm just gonna flat out say I did not do every single thing in all these games because I don't got the time. I think I beat all three of them in like 25 hours, something like that.
I did 60% of the Riddler. I did every Riddler quest up until the point where I just stopped playing.
Yeah, I mean, like I grabbed like the ones that obviously were right there because they were right there. But other than that, I mean, like yeah, the first one's the best one, I think. It just, but like, so coming back and playing these after playing like Spider-Man, which has similar combat but better, I hated the combat in this game. Because
it
just
feels
hitting X
like
and B.
ass, yeah. It's like more focused on cinematography than being entertaining. Yeah.
It was the same shit, and like the boss fights like weren't great either in any of these games. I think the only one that was like kind of cool was like the Solomon Grundy fight in City. Yeah, it was in Arkham City. That was like the only one that I was like, okay, this is cool. But I had like only because I had to figure out what the fuck to do. Like the other ones are just like punch
Solomon
bad guy.
Grundy is such a pull, but I guess they used Calendar Man, so whatever.
They did use Calendar Man, which is the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Arkham Knight is the worst of the three. I I thought I had Origin. I was gonna play Origin, but I heard Origin is also the worst one too. So I was just like, I'll skip it, I guess.
Isn't it just Red Hood?
Well, Arkham Knight is literally just Red Hood.
It's just Red Hood, right? But they didn't want to say Red Hood.
Yeah, because everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's
Jason Todd." Yeah,
yeah. I was on a Batman kick for a while. I watched like all the animated Batman movies and like Justice League movies.
Yeah, you didn't put those on the list, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't want to. There's too many of them.
Fair enough.
I watched literally every single one of them.
Did you see Assault on Arkham?
Yes.
That movie is super good.
Yes, I did like that one.
That's a real Suicide Squad movie, by the way. You want to watch? You want to watch a Suicide Squad movie, Assault on Arkham.
Yeah, that was one of the good ones. Yeah. Also, shout out to Long Halloween. That one was really good.
I haven't seen it, but I know it's an adaptation of one of Batman's best stories.
Yeah, that one was really good. Hush was pretty good too. I liked the Hush one.
Hush was good in the comics.
The movie's pretty good too.
Even if the plot twist is a little dicey.
Yeah. I see. I didn't know anything about Hush, so when I got to the end, I was like, "Sure." Like, okay.
If I remember, it's set up a bit with Court of Owls. I believe Court of Owls precedes Hush, and they use Court of Owls to set up Hush. So when you get there, it made sense in the comics.
Is Deathstroke in it? Deathstroke was not in it.
Deathstroke's. No, you're gonna say no.
Which he was in the Son of Batman movie. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
like the main antagonist of that movie. Yeah, which was also like DC really kills in animation, but really sucks live action.
Oh, for sure. What is the
Yeah.
speaking of Son of Batman movie, then that means you watched the movie adaptation of my least favorite fucking Batman arc of all time, where they like clone Damian and Talia
I,
just goes off the fucking deep end. Blood something.
oh, Bad Blood.
Yeah, Bad Blood. Fuck that movie. Fuck that arc. Fuck everything about it.
Yeah, that was the worst one. Yeah, that was the worst movie. Mostly because like yeah, they had like fucking like Batwoman and what
Hmm.
the fuck's the other one? That's like Lucius Fox's son, and I'm like, I don't care about any of this.
I hate what they do with Talia. It makes no sense. Like Talia's like whole thing is like, here I super like care about my son. You're gonna live with your dad while shit's going crazy for me. And then like the fucking like a couple months pass, and then she's like, I don't need you anymore. I got a clone.
I got Clone Man.
I might be more ranting about the comic than the movie, but
I mean, I'm sure it's probably like the same. So
I remember it's worse in the comic because I did watch the Bad Blood movie.
oh yeah, well,
The comic is actually worse.
fair enough. Yeah, I watched all those movies. So then I was like, you know what? I have these games. Let me play these games.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, do I regret that 25 hours because they were not great.
You got through it
Like
pretty
I know
quickly.
I literally just beelined the story. Yeah, I didn't do anything extra really. I literally just went through them. Yeah, I beat the first one in 7 hours, the second one in 8, and
Which
the other
that's an
one took
open world.
me.
That's a sandbox, so that's impressive.
Yeah, and then the third one I think it took me like 9 or 10. Yeah.
Mm.
The third one was the worst because they're like, yeah, you get to drive the Batmobile, but it's lame as shit, and I'm like, cool.
I
And
would
they
love
make
a
you do it.
Batman. I'd love a Batman game where you have to drive the Batmobile, but Batman decides to just obey all the traffic laws.
I mean, you could do that in that game. You could RP that if you really want. Um, but yeah, do I recommend these games? Not unless you really want to play them.
Yeah.
If they're on sale, sure. I mean, they're not bad games. They're just boring to me. I
What
mean,
I
I'm just,
appreciate is that they get like kind of in depth with the Batman lore. Like
yeah,
they're not afraid to pull out a Calendar Man or like they went with like Oracle instead of Batgirl when they could have just went with Batgirl. I appreciate that. So
yeah. Um, which like that though, like the lore stuff is cool, but the
mhm.
gameplay is just so repetitive and boring. It's literally just beating up thugs, beating up thugs. Oh, hey, a puzzle that's stupid easy to figure out.
Mhm.
Oh, a boss battle that's boring.
Yeah.
That's literally the game. And people really suck these games dick like when they came out too.
Oh
Like I
yeah.
remember when
Hardcore.
Asylum came out, and like I think it was like 2009 or something, or 2010, and like everyone just fucking ranted and raved about that game. And here I am, like years later, finally playing them, and I'm like, why did people think these games were great?
2009.
They're not.
No, they're not.
Not.
No. I got mine like greatest hits probably I don't know 2014, 2015 and I heard
Mhm.
how great Asylum was and I'm like, "Oh, I hear this is a really good game." It isn't. I think it's a game for Batman fans, but
It really, yeah, it 100% is. Yeah,
as I have voiced
I'm.
before, that's not me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you did all the content, like it would be better, but I don't have the time for that, and I didn't have the want for that, so I
Mhm.
just didn't do that.
You
But
know what I would
what?
No, please go. Mine is stupid.
Uh, fuck.
I'm sorry.
I hated the open world
Mhm.
in City and in Night,
Not
especially in Arkham
not
Knight.
great sign.
Yeah. Just because like yeah, it's open world, but it's the same shit in every area. Like, okay, yeah, there's goons here, there's goons here, but the twist is they're either Joker's goons, Two Face's goons, or the Penguin's goons.
What's the
Cool.
matter? Oh, are
They're
they
all the
just
same.
color? Or
They're all the same model basically, but with sometimes different face paint, which I hated.
Joker's goons in 3? I thought that was the one. Oh, I'm thinking of Origin.
Yeah, they might. That's the one I haven't played
I was
yet, so
thinking. I was
maybe they're
like, I
just
thought
like
it was
that.
Black Mask in that game.
Black Mask is an origin, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, because the premise of that game is Black Mask like hires like all these assassins to take down Batman, and like Deathstroke's like your main one or whatever you have to fight. Yeah, but yeah, these games are boring. I did not have
Just
a
get
good time
Lady
with
Shiva to
them.
do it.
If I could recommend a Batman game that's actually fun, The Adventures of Batman and Robin for Super Nintendo is actually a fun game, and I thoroughly enjoy that game. It's a side scroll and beat 'em up, which works for it. There's platforming in it, and it's a fun game. This game, not so much. All three of these games, not so much. I mean, Asylum's probably the best of the bunch. Um, but just because like they switched it to open world didn't make it better, which is a case what we just talked about, kind of. Um, just because like there were yeah, sure there was stuff going on, there's side missions and stuff, but it's all the same repetitive shit over and over again. And it's even worse when they take it into Gotham in the third one in Arkham Knight. And like you already kind of know like what the story is. Like, okay, this guy shows up, he knows who Batman is. Like, it's obviously fucking Red Hood, Jason Todd. Like, come on,
Oh, people were
like,
calling that from the trailers before the game was even out.
yeah, exactly. Like, which
I,
made it like less
I
like
think one of the
cool.
devs even was like, "Don't worry, it's not Jason Todd." It was.
Like, the coolest part, honestly, of the third one is like the hallucinations that Batman has, like of the Joker, because he's
Mhm.
like dead, I guess, like in this game. But like that's the only cool part of it is that he
Yeah.
kind of just like taunts him from the grave, and it's obviously Mark Hamill doing the voice of Batman, and yeah, shout out to the voice actors in this game though, because they obviously
You
got
mean of
Kevin Conroy
Joker?
back. Yeah, and, like, they got Kevin Conroy back as Batman and
They
Mark
got Mark
Hamill as
Hamill to do
Joker.
Batman. It was very weird.
That would have been cool, actually. Yeah, they just flipped it like Kevin Conroy does Joker for one, and it's like this is a fun fact: Sega Genesis version of Adventure Bat is worse than the NES version, but the OST was by Jasper Kidd, composer of the Hitman games. Interesting. Yeah, that normally happens with Sega games. Either, I mean, everyone says the Aladdin Sega port is superior to the NES port, but I highly disagree. I
Super
think the
Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was a kid, I never dreamed of this.
um yeah, I'm gonna rank all these guys together, I'll give them like a solid 6 out of 10.
That was a
It's a,
positive score? You
I
hated
mean,
them. It's a
yeah, but I
3.
mean, there's,
No, it's a 3. Just give it a
I'm
3. Come on.
I'm sure people would like them. You know, that's the thing. I can't like
It's
they're
not
put.
your job as a reviewer to tell other people to tell the audience what other people might score it. It's
Okay,
your
fine,
job as a reviewer to tell them what you thought of it.
fine, 4 out of 10.
There you go.
With Asylum being a 6,
Fair enough.
because Asylum was actually like the one where I didn't hate playing the most, but I still hated it.
Mhm.
I hope that the Gotham Knights game is better. I'll probably play it when it comes
They're
out.
making another one?
Yeah, but Batman is quote unquote dead, which I'm sure he's not. And it
Uh-huh.
has Court of Owls and stuff in it, so maybe it'll be different. We'll see. Yeah,
Oh,
you play as,
I wouldn't even want Court of Owls in a video game.
yeah,
Because what they're
we'll
gonna
see.
do with Court of Owls in a video game, the point about the Court of Owls is like, if you have you read the Night of the Owls like comic? That's a stupid question. You haven't. It's
No.
great. It is so fucking good. It's like one of the best comics I've ever read. Right. The
Yeah.
thing about Court of Owls is that if you put them like there's this whole like mystery aspect to them. That's what makes them so powerful. It's like they know Gotham better than Batman. Like they've been there the whole time. They were inside of the Wayne Tech building, right? They have this like mystique, this mystery. They've been controlling everything from like behind the scenes, and they're like armed with this like army of deadly assassins. It's like these rich cabal aristocracy controls all of Gotham from the shadows. If you put that in a video game, all you're gonna get is a disposable enemy in an owl costume.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Hopefully it's better. We'll see.
It won't work.
We'll see. It probably won't be it. Also, the Suicide Squad game looks like ass too.
I actually think it looks pretty good.
I don't know. We'll see.
I think it, like, physically, I don't like the we're in this, like, uncanny valley territory with, like, characters now, and I'm not a fan of it, but, like, I think the facial expressions and all that, I think that looks like crap, but I don't know. It could be an interesting idea. I do want to say that the squad that they have sent to kill the Justice League
ain't gonna happen.
Could not kill the Justice League.
Yeah, no.
There is not a chance in hell that they brought the people required to kill the Justice League. I think it's like epitomized in the trailer where they're like taking on the Flash, and like Deathstroke like pulls the trigger. No, Deadshot pulls the trigger to shoot the Flash, and it just straight misses. And Flash like leans into his ear and is like, "Did you get him?" And then like Harley like pulls out a gun and like shoots like Flash point blank, and he just turns his head to the side and is like, "Come on, just mail me the bullet." I'm like, yeah, that's what fighting the Flash is like for these fucking assholes. Yeah, it's worth noting the Flash isn't just fast; his body also heals faster. So if you do hit him with a bullet, he will have already healed. It will not matter.
I think that's a problem with superhero games in general. Like it's hard to portray like a superhero and their powers and make a good game out of it. Just because, like, a good example with the Flash, like right there, like this man is faster than anything. Like,
oh, the Flash is too fast for a video game.
Yeah, and like that's like Like, I think that's where, like, the Spider-Man game shines, like, a lot. Because, like, Spider-Man is not invincible. Like, he can be shot and get hurt. And I think that's why it works so well as, like, the game that they made for the PS4 and all that. Because he would take damage. Like, he could 100% die and take damage. But, like, when you got a person like Superman...
They nerf Spider-Man in the games.
Oh yeah,
his spider sense would auto dodge everything.
Yeah, I mean you can dodge everything in that game if you're quick enough. But
you can, but he would just do it.
Yeah, I mean Spider-Man has been shot in I think every movie now. Yeah, every no, actually no, he doesn't get shot in the Raimi ones. He gets beat the fuck up, but yeah, he gets shot. I will also
say that in all of the movies they've nerfed his spider sense except for the Tom Holland one, where he fights Mysterio. The scene in that hallway, first off, is just a good scene in general.
Really good.
But the scene where, because he's blind, he can't see, he can't trust any of his senses, he can't hear, and they're just firing at him with machine guns, and he rips the hallway apart. And then dodges in a gunshot from an invisible enemy. In that scene, and it's like, that is spider sense. Like, all of the other movies don't show spider sense. Spider-Man is unstoppable.
Yeah, I love Spider-Man, but I mean, but the one thing I can't say about these games, at least, we wouldn't have barely wear his bull. Fuck the bull. Yeah, the one thing, without these games, we wouldn't have Spider-Man, because it's the same combat, just done 100 times better. And more realistic and
the
less...
Spider-Man games far proceed... The Spider-Man game formula hasn't changed since, like, fucking as far back as I can remember.
Oh, no, like, if you played, like, the N64 or PlayStation 1, it's boring.
Yeah, but, like... Well, I'm not saying not boring. I'm not saying not boring, and I'm not even saying this isn't the best Spider-Man game, but I'm just saying it's like it's played the same since the start, really.
That's fair made. I like Mysterio too, but I gotta hate his costume.
He's really cool in the Spider-Man 2 game.
Mysterio?
Yeah, if you ever played
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, it's like the fight in the museum or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, the Spider-Man games are fun.
I have heard the guy who made the Spider-Man 2 game just like stayed late one night and created that whole like in-depth web slinging mechanic, and they got pissed at him over it, and then they like fired him. And then they ended up using it for the game, and everyone praises that game for having like the best web slinging, and they brought it back for the Sony one.
Yeah, God, they're so good. Yeah, the web slinging in the new ones. Just
hopefully they paid the guy this time. Hopefully they brought him back to do it, and they paid him.
Fair, I'm ready to move on, though. I'm done talking
sure.
about Batman.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was I do not like Batman, but I really like Superman, and I would love a Superman game to be made with the same budget. And you'd be like, oh, you can't make a Superman. There are plenty of enemies that can harm Superman. You could throw out, like, parademons as a generic enemy or something. Doomsday, Mongol... Superman can't fuck with magic very hard. Throw any magical enemy at him whatsoever.
Get Mr. Mixoplex or whatever his name is.
Lex Luthor, Brainiac. What's that dude's name? Hyperion. Hyperion could fight Superman. There's so much you could do with a Superman game. It really isn't hard, people. Make me a Superman game where the fucking health bar isn't a city and the objective isn't to fly through a fucking ring.
Well.
All right, that was it.
Superman 64 coming soon. Okay.
Did you finish that game?
Oh. Sack. No.
Okay.
I got halfway through and I was like, I think we're good here.
Fair enough.
Okay, everyone. Okay, now I want to last thing about Superman 64.
Okay.
I'm never going to talk about it again, hopefully. That game, everyone's like, oh, it's so hard. That game is not fucking hard at all. Okay, I'm just going to throw it out there. It's really not hard. The only reason why people think it's fucking hard is because they're trying to do everything fucking full speed. And the game was not intended for you to do everything at full fucking speed. If you just fucking kind of coast, you can do those rings super easy. I'm just throwing it out there.
I hear if you play the game on easy, you don't even need the rings.
Fuck the rings. fuck whoever made that game. Fuck Titus, okay? The game developers that made that game. I'm glad they went out of business because fuck them. Anyways, moving on.
Okay, Max Gentleman's Sexy Business. Don't worry, I'm not going to go on for an hour and a half about this one. I'm going to try and make it brief. Pache made me play this on a stream for like one night, and I decided to like finish my playthrough. Obviously, it has a pretty cool, nifty character creator. And it's a business simulator game. A lot of likable characters. The plot line with Vicious in Chapter 2 is really fucking irritating because of his magic bullshit powers where he's always one step ahead of you. I found it really annoying. I like warmed to him as a character, but I don't fucking like him, and I didn't like Chapter 2 at all as far as like the story goes. What I find most fun about Max Gentleman's Sexy Business isn't the business sim gameplay, although I do actually enjoy the business sim gameplay. What I enjoy most about it is the choices you get to make as your character, because essentially this game is... I don't like to use the term very much because I feel like it's like misused a lot. Like a lot of people will say, oh, like video games are power fantasies, but like I always disagree. Like, would you want to be Kratos? Really? No.
No, I'm a good dad.
Yeah. But like...
That's on the list, made.
But it's like... Max Gentleman, let me live out my fantasy of being a sexy Victorian trans woman who wrestles bears on Tuesday and then attends a Met Gala where I'm fucking previewing my fucking like Sistine Chapel level painting on the wall on Sunday, and then on Monday I fuck a harem of sexy ladies. Like, Max Gentleman, let your character be the most crazy, ostentatious lunatic of a character. You get to say whatever crazy bullshit comedy answer you want in the game. And what I love about this game is that when you pick the bullshit comedy answer, it becomes canon to the world. So if your character says, oh yeah, I once climbed Mount Everest naked, got to the top of Mount Everest, then fist fought a bunch of polar bears with like little helmets on, and then got to the bottom and had sex with an entire village, guess what? You fucking did, and I love it. It's great. Every crazy bullshit thing you say in this game is great. As far as the business sim aspects go, it's fun. I play a lot of business simulators. I don't know if people know that about me. I just do play a lot of business simulators. I enjoy business simulator gameplay. It's good. It's fun. Chapter 3 is where the game takes a dip in quality, because there's just too much you have to deal with between like taxes and ghosts. Ghosts are the #1 issue, because when you defeat a rival, ghosts flood the areas, and then you need to have people fight the ghosts. And so you have to like build up your fisticuffs, put them in this shrine, drain their fisticuffs, fight the ghosts. It takes too long to drain even a single ghost. And the game slogs to a crawl. It just gets really annoying in the last half. But, like, the first 2 parts of this game are very fun. And the story is actually pretty entertaining. And I'm not just talking about all the crazy bullshit options you can just canonize to make the world absolutely ludicrous. I'm talking about the actual, like, story because the final arc is about, like, saving your friends, basically, from, like, demons. And I don't know, that's just kind of cool. And I had a really in-depth emotional ending with Angel at the end of the game, where it's like she takes my character. It's one of those like moments. I'm not sure if it's like a Mass Effect level ending, but it's very close, where it's like she takes me aside to like do some hanky panky, and then like I end up being like, Angel, what's going on with you? And we just like have a heart to heart, and she just like leaves. And it's a game that's like all about being randy, baby, but like. It in my playthrough at least, and obviously you can probably just fuck Angel, I'm sure, but like my playthrough ended with this like deep emotional like connection between these two people who may or may not ever see each other again, and I really appreciate that about Max Gentleman Sexy Business, produced by Jesse Cox.
Good old Jesse Cox,
who's just straight up in this game. He sells you erotica.
Of course he does.
Oh yeah, by the way, I 100%ed it. I have all the achievements.
Of course you did.
I'm ready to move on. That was all I was going to talk about.
All right.
I said I didn't have a lot. Yeah, next up is also my topic. I'm sorry. I have way more topics than you this time.
That's normally how it is, yeah.
God Eater Resurrection. This is the first God Eater game. Would you believe me if I told you that like only 3% of people have beaten this game on Steam?
No, that makes sense. I still have to beat it, yeah.
It has like in comparison, like Elden Ring has like a 13% completion rate. Like like people do not beat this game. Now, to be fair, it has 3 credits. So when people get to the first line of credits, that's probably where most people stop, and they don't realize there's more game, because the game has 3 storylines, because this is the 3rd release of the game. There's the original release of God Eater, and then it was like God Eater Burst or something, and then for like PSP, and then they released it for the Vita as God Eater Resurrection. And so there's 3 different storylines. Each one is like an expansion onto the ending. So I understand how people didn't beat it. Would you also believe that I 100%ed this game and I have all the achievements?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah.
I actually, of course you did that.
I actually didn't 100% that. I'm going to take that back, because I believe in order to say I 100%ed it means I did every mission. And one thing I'll say about the ending missions of this game is there's too many of them, and I just stopped caring. Like, after like 160 hours of playing this game, I just didn't care anymore about the challenge missions. I unlocked all the characters. I did all the storylines. It was just like, fucking kill 3 Vajras with a dick up your ass. And I'm like, I'd rather not. I'd rather not at this point. Anyway, characters, relatively flat. Writing, not that great. Oh, Max Gentleman, Sexy Business. Rent it. Anyway, God Eater Resurrection. Yeah, characters kind of flat. There's like some friendship dynamics. The writing isn't super strong, and it's a little exposition heavy at the beginning, and it's like power of friendship, but it's not egregious, and I never really hated it. I did have interest in the storylines, but they can be very sluggish. Like, you'll hit like a narrative point where like the tension is wrapping up, and then we have to do like 3 missions in a row where it's like, go kill these random fucking monsters. I don't know. The gameplay reminds me of what I assume Monster Hunter feels like. You kill enemies, you get material.
It's very much the same as Monster Hunter.
You use it to kill more monsters. Yeah. What I will say is that there are level caps in the game where you can't upgrade to better equipment, and there's no levels in this game. So the big focus on this game is getting better equipment, but you can only get equipment based on what part of the story you're in, so you can't outgear all of the enemies. And what this means is that in order to... And every single mission, every enemy in this game is a boss fight. Make no mistake, this is a game filled with thousands of boss monsters. So it's in order to get through the game, you need to learn how to play the game. And like the tutorial will be like, here's how you attack. Here's how you lock on. Here's how you shoot your gun. Here's how you use an item. Pew pew. And then you fight your first real monster and it pushes your shit in. But like as you go through the game, you start to learn like these are the enemy weaknesses, this is the enemy attack pattern, this is where the enemy is weak to, and they're like constantly introducing like new enemies and new ways to fight. I'm not gonna say, obviously the game has a lot of repetitive fights, clearly, but excuse me, because there's like 14 tiers of mission and then challenge missions and DLCs, etc, 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 right? Excuse me. But at no point in the game, like, as I was playing through the game, what I have to say that God Eater Resurrection has that I probably can't name another game I've experienced to this degree is the more I played the game, the better I got at the game. Like, I never hit, like, a skill ceiling. I just kept playing the game and getting better at it. And the game kept getting harder, and in order to match the difficulty of the game, I had to play better. So at the beginning of the game, I kept eating attacks to the face, I lost health, you know, like a single Vajra is like a credible threat, and then by the end of the game, I look at a Vajra and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be dead in half a second. that's a Vajra, that's nothing. Like, I'm on the ground, like, swinging my sword, and then by the end of the game, I learned how to combo chain, where I could essentially keep myself in the air for, like, 30 fucking seconds, just endlessly flying through the air. Like, I grew wings at the end of the game, basically. And it was something the gameplay enabled that I just got better at doing. Like, my skill was what allowed me to do this. It's not like you set like a newbie up with the same build setup, they're not going to be able to fly through the air like I could. There's like no real, it's a game where you have to get good to beat it, and there's no limit to how good you get. And despite the fact that I feel like it's too long, I really appreciate the focus on skill required to beat the game. I find it's very satisfying. You're often accompanied with AI, and I will say that around difficulty 10 missions, the AIs began to drastically decrease, because the game keeps getting harder. The AI get less and less useful, to the fact where it's like, at the end of the game, my entire party died in, I'm not even joking, the first 10 seconds of the final boss. It just wiped the whole party, and it was just me, and it was a wonderful experience that I barely made it out of with the skin of my teeth. Just like, if I get anything across, if you want to play a game where your skill is rewarded and you just constantly get better at it, God Eater Resurrection is a highly recommended game.
I know I need to play it, but for whatever reason, like my controller stops working sometimes when I play this game on PC. So that's why I've kind of, and I own all of them, so
Mm-hmm. Oh,
they're on
I
my
do too.
list.
I didn't have that problem at all.
Yeah, I don't. Some everything just never wants to work regularly.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Um, I would say if you're into action games, maybe rent to own even, honestly.
yeah. You can normally get them pretty cheap too. So
Oh, yeah, yeah. You have to buy God Eater 2 in order to get this on Steam, though.
yeah, yeah. Because I think I bought 2 and 3. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And that just comes with Resurrection. I'll play 2 later down the line, but like I said, this one goes on for a while, and I don't have the fucking patience
that's
to,
fair.
to play another. I'm not gonna. I was like, I got to the end, and I'm like, and I'm done with this. 180 hours. I'm done with this. I played this more than Elden Ring. It's like my third most played game on Steam. I'm done. I'm done for a good long while. But yeah, no, it's good. High skill gameplay, and you can dress your characters up in pretty outfits, and that's all I got to say about that. I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Still me, huh? Even I'm tired of hearing me talk at this point. All right, Valkyria Revolution. I'm just gonna get through this real quick. I played Valkyria Chronicles on Steam. I played like the first 3 missions. I fucking love the gameplay of it. It's like this like diesel punk like World War One game with like ATB but like third person shooter mechanics. I thought it was really fun, and I wanted to get more into the franchise because from what I saw of trailers, it looked like a cool franchise to get into. So I saw the limited edition version of Valkyria Revolution for like Xbox One on like Amazon for like $11, and I'm like, $11 limited edition sealed copy? Yes, please.
Yes.
As you can imagine, there was a reason why it was $11. This game is very, 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 very bad. And the more you play it, it gets worse.
Oof.
I will say in this game's defense that I think Chapter 9, half of Chapter 9, I think, maybe Chapter 10, is good. This game has like 11, 12 chapters. And half a chapter is good.
Well, that's not saying much.
I probably could talk about, for as long as Elden Ring, the problems with this game, but I will spare everyone that punishment. Because this game has as many, if not more, problems than Elden Ring does. Let's go over quickly. The art style, it sucks. I know this looks like a cool poster, and it is. But when you get into the game itself, all of the characters look like shoujo characters, which is to say, the men all have these like mean, scowly glares and like these like sort of like by shoujo like facial features, and then the girls have these like outrageously oversized, bright, sparkly eyes. It looks like shit. The Valkyria in this is got they keep showing this like under boob shot of her, and she has the largest boobs. They're like comically oversized. Every time I see it, I think to myself, oh, there's torpedo tits again.
Is there a submarine around here? Is it just some tutors?
They're so fucking big. The characters in this game, in the main storyline, fucking suck. I hate the main character. He's so bland and milquetoast. I will say Ophelia has a character arc that I enjoyed because she's like this naive princess that enlists in military, and she starts off like being protected by her like bodyguards, and by the end she becomes like a reliable she becomes a reliable person that sort of matures over the course of the game. Her arc is cool. She's the only one. I guess the King of Ipsaria has an arc, but I hate him so much, and every time he appeared on the screen, I kept yelling, can we please just fucking kill him already? A thing that kept happening is that the king of Ipsaria, the prince of Ipsaria, would show up and like he'd fight the main character, and then he would shit on the main character, be like, "Your blade lacks resolve. You suck. Mwahaha." And that happened like 5-6 times throughout the course of the game. And another thing that happened like 3 times throughout the course of the game is you'd fight the Valkyria, because in Revolution you are part of the anti-Valkyria squad. It's a war between 2 countries basically, and your job is to kill the Valkyria, which is like the literal incarnation of death. Like, straight up, you are like soldiers with swords and guns, but your enemy empire and like tanks, but the enemy empire just has a straight up demigod on their side. So they form a direct squad to try and take out this demigod. And you might think, oh, that must be super hard. Well, as it turns out, you beat her in a fight like 3 times, but like she's actually possessing the main character's like mom's body. So like every time you almost kill her, the mom would be like, "Amleth," and then he'd just stop and go, "Oh, it's my mom. I can't kill her." And this happened like 3 times, and the game actually made me genuinely lose my shit. And I don't know if anyone's seen me like. People have seen me play games before. You know that even if I'm not having fun in a game, I'll normally just grumble to myself and complain about it, but I won't flip the fuck out. This game has the benefit of actually making me flip the fuck out at one point, because you know how I mentioned the Prince of Ipsaria like shows up and then he's like, "Your blade lacks resolve," and you keep almost killing the Valkyria, and then she's like, "Amleth, oh!" There is a scene in this game where, I'm not fucking joking with you, you're about to kill the Valkyria, then she does the Amleth thing, then Amleth drops his fucking sword and is like, I can't do it, I can't kill you, and then the Prince of Ipsaria shows up, you fight him, and then he's like, "Your sword lacks resolve." This is the same scene! They do it the same scene! It sucks. The game has like 800 mechanics about upgrading your weapons and choosing your magic based on what fucking materia you're using, basically. And like upgrading your weapons by like buying materials to craft with. None of the mechanics like work together in any appreciable way. They're all just there. I just started ignoring them at the end of the game, because fuck it, what do I care anymore? More materials are unlocked for crafting during battles. As you progress through the story, you unlock more areas, which unlock more like items for you to craft with. But the areas can fall out of your control, so you have to do hundreds of side quests in order to keep the areas in your control. And these, again, like they'll just show up randomly on the like optional side quest map. So each one can take like fucking 10 minutes to do. So you end up spending dozens of hours just trying to prevent items from falling out of your game store. The way the battle works mechanically is like, it's like an ATB gauge, but like if you're losing the battle, your ATB timer is longer, but then it gets shorter if you start winning the battle. But the way that ends up functionally working is that the start of every mission sucks because you're losing, so you have to wait 800 minutes to do anything. But then by the end, you just infinitely attack forever. So it doesn't matter anymore, so it's a useless, worthless mechanic. This game, have I mentioned this game has permadeath? Because this game has permadeath. So like if one of your squad members dies, and they like a count, like if their hit points hit 0, a counter starts, and you have like 30 seconds to a minute to get them up, and if they don't, they just straight up die. You also remember when I mentioned that the Valkyria is the personification of death?
Yes.
So I've been at like full hit points, and then for like my whole squad fighting the Valkyria, and then just everyone's dead.
Oh.
I managed to get through the game without losing anyone, but the game tells you it has permadeath, and that's the stupidest thing I've ever goddamn heard. The story is boring. The characters in the story suck. The writing is cliche. It's stupid. It's bullshit. I hated basically every moment of playing this game. It started bad and got worse the longer it went. What I will say is the Emperor of Ruse is kind of cool. I kind of respected the bad guy, like the main villain, the Emperor, who you don't even fight. He's just dead by the time you get there. I didn't see the plot twist coming. Thought that was kind of cool. There are side quests, like side missions, where you get to see the team react, like interacting with each other. And these are the best moments of the entire game. If I can get anything across to you, though, is that you would hate this game with a burning passion. And I'm going to tell you this. I played this on Xbox One. The cutscenes in this game last so long, my fucking Xbox went to sleep.
Well, and you thought Kingdom Hearts was bad.
Skip it. Although I remember Valkyria Chronicles 1 being pretty good, so maybe play that. But also, this is a spin-off in a different universe, so you don't even have to play this. Don't make the mistake I did.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. It's really bad. It's really fucking bad. All right, next topic.
We did.
Boom. Fight Club. Fuck.
The Fight Club. Fuck.
Fight Club! Welcome to Fight Club, everyone. The segment of the podcast where we fit two fictional characters against each other. And we only have 3 rules. Rule number 1, don't ask when's Fight Club. Rule number 2, we take the characters as they're commonly presented. And rule number 3, we're not allowed any preparation time. All choices are made the day before doing it because Sack forgot when Mother's Day was and didn't realize it was today until yesterday.
I completely forgot it was today when I woke up. I had to send a lot of text messages.
So this impromptu Fight Club, I did no research on, pretty much. We have the Battle of the Moms. Jenova from Final Fantasy VII versus Ragyo Kiryuin from Kill la Kill. They're both moms. And they're both alien parasites from space. So
pretty even match.
Pretty even match, weirdly enough. Jenova really a mother, though? I thought Sephiroth's birth mother was a different person. Sephiroth's birth mother is a woman named Lucretia, but she basically acted as a surrogate because she was basically like implanted, like she acted as the surrogate between like Hojo and Jenova, like because they inserted Jenova cells into Lucretia in the womb. Anyway, Sephiroth calls her mother, and so do the 3 fuckheads from Advent Children. So, yes, she's as much of a mother as I care about in this part of the segment. How familiar are you with these 2 characters? Real quick.
What? None. No familiarity.
Zero familiarity?
I still have yet to actually beat Final Fantasy.
God, okay. I would assume you had at least known who Jenova was.
Nope.
Well, all right. I guess we have another segment of me just talking. Don't worry. I didn't do a lot of research, so I'm just gonna make shit up, basically. This is probably the segment that is going to require the most retractions as far as Fight Club goes, because I didn't prepare at all. Okay. One thing I will say right now is Kill la Kill is where Ragyo Kiryuin is, for the bottom one. And it is did its soundtrack by Hiroyuki Sawano, animated by Studio Trigger, who went all out with it. There's a lot of blood, there's a lot of nudity, there's a lot of violence, incredibly well animated. It's just like crazy fun bullshit. I don't say this often with a lot of my favorite anime. I actually think you would enjoy it. So you might actually want to check out Kill la Kill.
I believe it's in my list. I think my kid wanted to watch it.
You might want to check it out. No nipples.
Well, then I definitely won't.
I was just saying. Plenty of blood. Plenty of blood. There's your parental advisory. Plenty of nudity.
Oh, she's fine with blood, yeah.
And some sexual themes. But because the whole thing is an allegory for puberty.
Gross.
Well, okay, so let's go through this. Attack potency. God, I'm just going off the top of my head. I actually did look up versus battle wiki for this, and as usual, it was goddamn useless. So just off the top, let's go with Jenova. I don't know how hard Jenova can hit you, but we can probably take a guess based on other characters in Final Fantasy VII. So we're gonna do some power scaling. I'm not a big fan of it, but we're gonna do it. First thing we're gonna have to ignore is a feat from Sephiroth, which is Supernova, for the same reason we ignore Goku punching Beerus's fists to shake the universe. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not supported by anything else that ever happens in the game. Dissidia claims that it like transcends dimensions, but like what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. So whatever, throwing Supernova out. I think the most consistent power feat that we can prove in Final Fantasy VII is the existence of the weapons, which are like antibodies designed to throw out parasites. So humanity or Jenova, these are what the weapons are designed to throw out. They are like, Sapphire weapon is like the size of Juon, which is a giant city designed to fire a cannon at another country. And so we know that the weapons are like city-sized. I believe Sapphire is actually one of the smaller, weaker weapons compared to like Diamond, for example. So weapons could theoretically be larger than cities, you know, like multi-city sized, right? There are claims on the wiki that they're like fucking continents or something. No, it's stupid. Anyway, so the reason I bring this up is because Tifa can fucking suplex them. And she can just lift them and throw them. And we know that they're like mountain sized, and we know that like all the Final Fantasy VII like cast can damage weapons. So logically speaking, except for Aerith, but I can only imagine. So logically speaking, everyone in Final Fantasy has to be able to fucking chuck large cities around casually. So we can assume that Jenova probably can too, right? Fair enough?
That's fair.
All right, great. So moving on to Ragyo Kiryuin. I don't really have a lot of like striking feats for Ragyo, but they fucking wreck a city in the middle of like Motoko like casually wrecks a city, so does Satsuki. Like we can assume probably that Ragyo could also pretty easily destroy a city. Like she did encase the entire world in life fibers, but I'm not going to claim that she's like fucking planet level. I think that's ridiculous. Sabine and Tifa in a suplex fight club, a suplex trade or suplex weapon. It's definitely harder to suplex a weapon. But yeah, so I'm like the amount of damage that a single fight between two characters in Kill la Kill does to a surrounding city probably pretty cleanly puts her at city level, just like Jenova. Jenova can cast magic, so Jenova has more of an elemental utility than Ragyo, whose primary fighting techniques involve just fucking punching you. Or maybe she'll pull out a sword or something. But, like, mostly she just, like, slaps the shit out of you and the fucking city behind you would, like, detonate. That's what Ragyo can do. Ragyo can control people's brains by planting threads in your brain. But Jenova has proven that she doesn't require a brain to function, so I don't even know if that would work on her, so we can probably ignore that. Whereas Jenova can cause auditory visual hallucinations, but with her brain also controlled by, like, Ragyo is like, I think she stitched her own brain or some shit. I might be making that up, but but we know that Ragyo can also survive without a head. So I don't know. Maybe audio visual like hallucinations would work on Ragyo, but I'm skeptical because Jenova never uses it in a fight anyway. And it might also only work on Cloud. In fact, it's only shown by people implanted with Jenova cells. So it probably won't even work on Ragyo, so fuck that. So Jenova can cast magic spells and probably blow up a large city, and so can fucking Ragyo. They're completely evenly matched in raw damage, I think. Speed. I don't fucking have a foggiest idea how fast Jenova moves because it's a turn-based RPG. I think maybe Final Fantasy VII characters can dodge light lasers, which could make them FTL if we scale Jenova to them, but like... Are they dodging the laser or are they dodging the trajectory? Who fucking knows? So what I'm going to say for a lot of like turn-based RPG characters is I think it's easier just to equalize speed with whoever they're fucking fighting. Sound fair?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Ragyo, how fast is she moving? It doesn't really matter, but she can fucking fly through space and across the planet, so very fast. It's very fast. It doesn't matter. Durability. Jenova can take attacks from someone who can chuck a goddamn mountain or chuck a goddamn city. So, city plus level. But she also has regeneration. She can like split into pieces, and then those pieces can turn into other Jenovas. So that's pretty cool power. She doesn't need her head to live. She survived impacting a planet from space on a meteor. That's pretty cool. Ragyo Kiryuin can also exist with her body split up and her head cut off, and she can just regenerate with her life fiber powers. She can also just regenerate. She cannot divide herself? No, she probably can, because Nui Harime can. But Nui Harime was made of life fibers. I'm not sure about that. They might actually both be able to split themselves into multiple people. What the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah, intelligence. Yeah, Ragyo's super smart. She ran a global clothing empire. Okay. Anyway, yeah, special abilities. I will say, I think I've mentioned most of them at this point, but what I will note is that Jenova seems to be able to constantly evolve herself because she gets progressively stronger throughout the course of the series, like throughout the course of the game. So it seems like Jenova has some sort of like high speed adaptation abilities. Ragyo gets a temporary power boost, but it's mostly related to dealing with the primordial life fiber. So I don't think Ragyo quite evolves as quickly as Jenova does. And yeah, that's our matchup. The Battle of the Moms.
Mom battle.
Bit impromptu. Who are you feeling, John?
Kind of feeling Jenova.
Do you think you could explain your reasoning?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like
it's also worth noting that Ragyo is constantly projecting light out of her entire fucking body and literally blinds people with it.
Yeah,
I don't know if that would work on Jenova. I don't know if Jenova needs eyeballs to see. I don't even know if Jenova has a head in some times.
I was gonna say that doesn't seem like it would have worked too much.
Yeah. I agree with you, actually, and I will explain my reasoning. I believe that Jenova can do marginally more damage than we can prove that Ragyo can. And what I actually think is the kicker is both characters are virtually indestructible. They can both do a shit ton of damage, but what Jenova has an advantage on is she can use magic, so she can hit you with different types of attacks. And she also has a sort of like high-speed adaptation ability. So I think that even if she's losing to Ragyo, as the course of the battle goes on, there is a chance that Jenova will evolve past Ragyo and end up surpassing her in strength. I think that is totally possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This seems like the Fight Club that was most needed of a retraction because, again, I threw this together last night. I just asked for requests for moms. Ragyo came from Elise. Shout out to Elise, who I think officially has the most accepted Fight Club requests now. But yeah, I was really surprised and happy that everyone's responded. I know sincerity doesn't come across in text very well, so I just want to say thank you for everyone who contributed. And maybe later we'll use some of the other moms from this. But I was also looking for moms because I didn't want everyone else to do my work for me. And I just saw Jenova, and like Elise had already posted Ragyo, and I'm like, this is like the same fucking character. This could be a fun one. The battle of the moms. So, Mother's Day special, Ragyo versus Jenova. Here's a fun one.
This time a mom battle.
Excuse me. But it's not a mom battle without talking about round 2. Who is the better mom? So, here's the deal, right? Jenova, bit of a deadbeat, kind of ignores her kids, right? Sort of, kind of mind controls them, right? But at the very least, with Sephiroth, she supports his goals of throwing a meteor at the planet to indoctrinate the entire world. So, and she also helps protect Sephiroth from the party at the end of the game. So, even though she's a shit to most of her kids, she at least protects her favorite son.
We all have a favorite child.
Something, at the very least, right? And let's look at Ragyo Kiryuin. She also attempts to mind control her children. That's pretty cool. She imprisons one of her daughters for months on end. She sexually assaults her daughter with implied penetration. She attempts to feed her daughter to an alien parasite. She successfully puts an alien parasite in one of her daughters and then flushes it down a garbage tube.
Okay.
So, those I think are the most notable mom feats as far as them. So, who are you feeling for the better mom?
I would say Jenova because there was 0 penetration.
And I agree with you. As absolute batshit as it sounds, the alien parasite from outer space is somehow a better mom than the CEO of a clothing company.
Sounds about right.
Yep. And that's Fight Club. Maybe not as fun as usual, but there you go.
Fight Club!
All right, moving on. God, please tell me this isn't my topic.
It is.
Oh
no,
God.
it's mine.
Thank
it's mine.
God. Oh,
Yeah,
I want me to shut up now.
I really couldn't think of anything else, and like, I've like literally basically only watched movies like the last like month and a half, so
We should have talked about movies.
it's hard to remember all the shit I've watched. All right, the first Marvel thing I'll talk about today is gonna be Moon Knight.
Random bullshit, go!
Yes. Which he doesn't do, unfortunately, in this show. Now, I'm sure, are you familiar with Moon Knight, his character?
Passingly. I know him from like Web of Shadows, and I know the general idea about the multiple personalities and the curse.
Kinda, yeah. So yeah, it's a story about Mark Spector, who has multiple people inside of him. No, and that is not a sexual thing. He has multiple personalities. One being Stephen Grant, who is British in the show instead of the normal New York billionaire or whatever he is in the comic books, which I think is a breath of fresh air because I'm tired of seeing fucking New York in fucking every movie. Which so
Not
it's
just
nice.
Marvel, just in general.
Yeah, just in general, yeah. Like it's not even like Marvel does it too. They kind of have shied away from it for a couple movies now and shows and stuff like that, but like god, everything's set in fucking New York and I'm sick and tired of seeing it. I mean, people like Spider-Man, yes, he's always in New York. Cool. The first movie he went to Washington DC, so it was a little bit different. I'm fine with that. Yeah, Daredevil, yeah. It's like, okay, cool. Like we get it. New York's populated. So yeah, this show is actually set in England and basically Egypt the entire time. So
Okay.
you're not even in America in this entire show, which is a breath of fresh air. It's something a little bit new and unique. It's episode series, like all Marvel shows now, which thank God, because after WandaVision, that should have been 6. Which I rewatched WandaVision leading up to Doctor Strange, and it's a lot better when you just power watch it all. Because boy, waiting 9 weeks to watch a show is a fucking pain.
I didn't
Anyway,
know she was in the Doctor Strange movie until I saw a meme.
we'll get to that.
Okay.
Don't worry. No, I got a lot to say about that movie. Um,
Thank God.
I got a lot to say. There's a anyways, back to Moon Knight. Yeah, so Moon Knight, it's good. It's not the best Marvel show so far. That still goes to Loki. Loki's 100% the best show they've had so far. Um, but it's
Are we
pretty good.
counting Jessica Jones? Because Jessica Jones was really good.
No, I'm counting like the Marvel
Okay,
Studios
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
Jessica Jones, Daredevil season 1 and 2 are really good. Iron Fist is garbage. Luke Cage was okay. Defenders was complete ass. There's my review of all that, and I still
Fair.
haven't watched Daredevil season 3. Oh well.
I didn't like
Um,
Daredevil season 1, but I actually liked Daredevil season 2. I thought the Punisher was kind of cool, but then the Punisher show sucked. So do with that what you will.
yeah, I don't think I finished Punisher
Oh,
show. I think I
Jessica
watched it
Jones
pretty good.
season 2 was so bad I just watched half of it and then stopped.
I completely forgot Jessica Jones even after season 2.
Good. It was really
Um,
bad.
yeah, but yeah. So Moon Knight is a gentleman with multiple personalities, and he's an avatar of the moon god Khonshu. This has a lot to do with Egyptian mythology, which is pretty cool. I like any mythology, so that's right up my alley. The whole series is revolves around what the fuck's his name? Arthur Harrow, who is played by Ethan Hawke. His character is trying to revive one of the gods, Amit, to come back and kind of judge everyone, take over the world. Classic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what's up, Degla? How you doing, bud?
Hey, Degla.
Um, so yeah, and he succeeds in doing that, obviously. But the my favorite part about his the villain's character art is the whole point of Amit is that she judges people, and he's had a shitty past himself. So immediately right off the bat, he's like I don't want to be your avatar. Like I've done shitty things. Like my scales are unbalanced. Blah blah blah. So do what you will with that. But for whatever reason, she's like, that's cool, dude. Like I'm fine with that. Yeah, Khonshu. Yeah, that's Mark's god avatar thing. Yeah, Amit is the one for Arthur. Yeah. There's multiple gods in the show. You see a whole bunch of them. I cannot name them all off the top of my head, so I apologize. I'm gonna keep this one short because it is. I do want to talk more about Doctor Strange because that was more of the bigger thing. Moon Knight was a good show. It was pretty solid. Very good. Obviously, special effects in it. The writing was very done. Oscar Isaac is fucking phenomenal. Like he is in basically everything he's in. Um, Top tier performance. Some good solid surprises in it. I enjoyed the female lead. I cannot remember the actress's name, but she plays Layla, which is Mark's wife in the show. She's very good in the show. She has a whole arc. They're saying there's no season 2 coming, but I think they might have changed their minds because the reception for it was so good. Um, but yeah, it's good. You've got Disney Plus. Go to watch 6 episodes. Definitely enjoyed it a lot. And it has a fun little post credit scene at the end, like
Cool.
most things Marvel.
Is there a Marvel without a post credit scene?
Endgame is the only movie so far.
Oh,
Yep,
cool.
that is the only movie that does not have a post credit scenes
It
because
didn't
they're
need
like we
one.
don't.
Yeah,
Because they're like we don't know what the fuck we're doing next.
yeah. Did not go the direction I would have expected from what it sounds like,
Hmm.
and not the direction I think I would have wanted anyway.
It was pretty good. Like I'm not
I
super familiar with Moon Knight and
think
like kind of getting into
Annihilation would have been a cool direction, but it
what
seems
for
like
Marvel.
yeah, but it seems more like you're going in like the multiverse, like King the Conqueror stuff, right?
Yeah, they're definitely doing setting up Secret Wars 100%.
Yeah,
I'll get to that more later.
sure.
Watch
Ready
it.
to move on?
Yep.
Okay. Can I ask a question that has nothing to do with Moon Knight whatsoever?
Yes.
Your camera is so wildly out of focus, but you have a. This isn't appearing on camera for them. I've just realized, but this is my own curiosity. On the bottom shelf, you have like what it looks like a pink figure. What is that?
This or
No,
that?
that.
That's Nezuko.
Oh, okay, cool. All right,
Yeah.
all right. That's
That's
it. That was it.
that's my little Nezuko. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The camera's so wildly out of focus. I'm like, oh, what is that? I cannot see that.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out.
Okay,
I think it's just Discord because it looked fine on stream the other night. So
maybe. Yeah. Well, we don't have the boosts ran off on your Discord, so we don't have like the higher quality audio or possibly visuals anymore.
yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Let's see. It also could just be you need to restart your camera. I don't know, but let's not mess with it right now.
I ain't gonna touch it. No, I should have checked it out beforehand, but I was like, ah, it'll be fine. It looked fun on the stream, whatever.
Yeah, okay, so this next one is mine, unfortunately. The Legend of Vox Machina. This is a Critical Role show that they funded by a Kickstarter, basically. It starts off with how the Vox Machina became popular in the city of Amon and how they became council members. And then it goes directly into the Briarwood arc, skipping the entire Underdark arc. I don't want to get too far into it. What I will say is I didn't really like the show. I feel like, as weird as it sounds, truncating a part of a D&D campaign into an animated feature didn't work well. And what I will say is that it focuses too heavily on the comedy, which means that they killed the dramatic tension in certain key scenes. Like, the Scanbo scene is absolutely phenomenal in actual Critical Role, because it was just like an impromptu D&D thing. But when you they tried to turn it into this dumb joke thing, and I have to say that the character, there's not a lot of time to develop the characters, and they take Scanlan could just cast polymorph, and his sentence of I turn into a triceratops in the original is so unexpected and so fucking badass when he just starts ripping the building apart. And then in this, he's they set up oh, the polymorph scroll, and what if we do this and then polymorph this, and it's why can't Scanlan just know polymorph? I don't understand. There's not a lot of time to talk with the characters. They do some cool stuff, I guess, with the Briarwoods. I don't know. It's honestly, it might take longer, but I feel like it's better just to watch the actual campaign. I'm a little disappointed they didn't mention Tiberius Stormwind. I understand why they didn't, but I am disappointed because I did enjoy that character, even if they had a falling out with Orion. But the shorter amount of time given to this show also means that they have less time to delve into the characters. And the two characters that I think suffer the most from this is Scanlan and Vex'ahlia, because Scanlan is Scanlan is the best character in the entire first Critical Role campaign, but in this they don't really get some of the more seriousness parts of his character, which I mean really didn't super come into play until he got addicted to drugs and found his daughter and all that. But he was still a valued, respected member of the team. And in this, no one values or respects Scanlan. Everyone thinks he's completely useless. When Scanlan's I can cause a distraction, everyone is sure, whatever, dog. But in this, it's you can't. You're just a short little gnome. You can't do that, Scanlan. It's no respect for the characters, and he ends up, to be fair, because of the less character development time, getting relegated to just the comic relief character, which... Have you seen anything with a comic relief character? It sucks. It's not great, right? And then
No.
Vex'ahlia, without the ability to expand on her relationship with her teammates and her relationship with her brother, And without getting into her like haggling and her money grubbing, a lot of the charm for her character wears off, and so the characters get stripped down to just like caricatures of what they actually are in the real campaign. So Vexalia's personality is reduced from like complex, slightly insular character with like a flirtatious side to her to bitch, which, yeah, Vexalia was a bitch, but she had more to the character than bitch. But in this, she's just, this is the bitch character. It's like a whole thing with like the whole thing. It's not very good. Just watch the actual campaign. It'll take you forever. It'll take you like 100 hours, but just watch the actual campaign. It's not very good. Go ahead and fucking skip it. I also think it's like Amazon only, so it might be pretty hard to watch anyway.
Oh.
All right, moving on.
Moving on. My favorite topic of
What
the
the
night.
fuck even is this? Oh, okay. It's up. Doctor Strange in the multiverse of madness.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about this movie. And I will preface this by saying we're gonna talk full spoilers.
Full spoiler. I don't even care. Let's be honest.
I know
don't
you
care,
don't. I know you don't care. But for anyone that does care, I will talk about spoilers because there's some stuff, man. Now you said you haven't seen trailers for this, right?
No.
Okay.
Just saw a meme at the end. Where
right.
We're talking full spoilers. I'll just say what the meme was. It was like Wanda on the ground being like something like I enslaved a full town and everyone villainizes me, but you enslave a full town and everyone doesn't care, or some bullshit like that. Like she's talking about like what she did, and he's talking like, what about what you did? And I don't fully remember the meme. It didn't stick out to me. The thing that stuck out to me more was it's like, oh, I guess Wanda's the villain in this.
Yeah, she is. She is. Oh God, she is. So yeah, right off the bat, Wanda is the villain of this movie, and she is one of the best villains that they've had in a very good while.
I haven't seen the movie, and I already am going to counterpoint that by saying she's probably the best villain they've ever had, because she's the only villain with a character arc.
Mm. And boy, what an arc it's been. So
Yeah.
this movie picks up directly after the events of Spider-Man: No Way Home and WandaVision. For those of you guys who didn't see WandaVision, quick recap. I think technically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for anyone who hasn't seen, actually, let me start with Loki. Everyone who hasn't seen Loki, at the end of Loki, they kind of rip the multiverse wide open. That's all I'm going to say about that. There's some stuff that goes on, blah blah blah. Obviously, at the end of No Way Home, multiple Spider-Man, dimensional rifts, multiverse stuff in that movie too. Doctor Strange was also in that movie, so he's seen a little bit of that stuff. WandaVision, Wanda enslaves an entire town, and warps reality and has a family. She loses said family and is kind of bummed about that. So, and there's a Darkhold involved in stuff too.
There's a what?
So, Darkhold, the Book of the Damned.
No idea.
Anyway,
Got
okay.
me on
The Darkhold is the Book of the Damned. It's written by Chthon, who's a demon from.
Chthon I'm more familiar with.
Yes.
He's a Cthulhu.
Kind of, yeah.
I want to preface, when I call Lovecraftian horror monsters and like outer gods Cthulhus, I'm doing it as a joke. I just want everyone to know I'm aware that Cthulhu is the high priest of Rayla. I know, but
it's know.
More fun to call every weird Lovecraftian horror monster a Cthulhu. It's like calling every vampire a Dracula. It's just fun.
It is fun.
I'm surprised you didn't see Morbius.
I did not. I skipped that. I'm going to watch it on streaming.
Okay.
Because I heard nothing but bad things about it.
I heard it made $1 trillion. Like it sold like 1.5 trillion tickets, is what I heard. It has like a 202% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh God, no.
That's what I've heard about Morbius.
The only thing I've heard about it is that it makes no fucking sense.
I've watched 3
Yeah,
reviews.
yeah. I did skip that. I did see Batman, which I
You
did we
reviewed that
cover.
already.
But
Mm-hmm.
okay. I couldn't remember. Um, yeah, fuck Morbius. Anyways, back to Doctor Strange. So this movie opens up with American Chavez, who if and anyone doesn't know who that is, she's a multiversal puncher. She can punch holes into other dimensions and go through them like little portals.
And
Pretty
time.
cool power. Yeah, and anything, man.
Mm-hmm.
She and an
She
alternate
has
Doctor Strange.
2 moms because she
She does
comes
have
from a
two moms.
universe where there are
It's
no
only
men.
women.
America
What a
Chavez
play.
is a character that sounds cool, but her comics all suck.
Yeah, she works better with other people. Like, yeah. She's a standout in this movie. The actor who plays her is very good. The actress, yeah, she's very good in this movie. And obviously, yes, all the LGBTQ stuff's in it, which is perfect. That's why I was banned in like 3 different countries. But
China,
anyways,
I
yeah,
imagine.
yeah. China, India, and something else. Yeah, can't remember the other one, but I digress. Yeah, so it opens with her and Doctor Strange, another Doctor Strange running from a monster that looks like the amalgamation of the Crimson Bands of Sidorak, which is really cool. This movie was directed by Sam Raimi, so there are some scary moments in this, which is really nice. It is 100% a Sam Raimi movie. Like it was not filtered at all. Like this movie has some of the most brutal death scenes I've seen in any Marvel movie so far. Like it is pretty nutty, but we'll get to that. Anyways, yeah, they're running on, other Doctor Strange is like, yeah, we got to sacrifice you, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take your powers. And then he gets killed. And then it's like, oh, I guess that's not going to happen. So she ends up in the main MCU world where Doctor Strange is watching his past love get married to another person, which is always cool. This movie is 100% about moving on. And I like that. It's a good theme. Good theme. So anyway, multiversal fun. Yeah, she goes to the main universe. That's where Doctor Strange meets up with her. They have a cool little fight with a squid monster, Gargantos. It looks
I'm sorry, who
cool.
is she? American Chavez?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. They have a quick. I'm not gonna go too far into it, but yeah, they have a quick exchange about Spider-Man when after the fight and stuff like that. It's kind of funny. Apparently, Spider-Man's not in every reality, so that makes sense. Only in the ones that matter, the Sony ones.
Yes.
But after that, that's when Doctor Strange goes to ask Wanda for some help. Um, during which the exchange, Wanda mentions America Chavez, to which Doctor Strange hasn't even mentioned this person's name yet. So obviously, she's the one that's hunting her. And boy, is it a hunt. Um, yeah, that's when Scarlet Witch says, you can do whatever you want and remain the hero, but I do something and I'm the villain, which is basically the premise of the entire movie. Like she just wants to
Oh
be with
yeah,
her
yeah, yeah. It
kid.
was like you like break reality or some bullshit. That was the main.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Wanda just wants to be with her kids, man. That's all she wants to do. Obviously she's corrupted by the book, which
So
that
is this
happens. And
real Wanda or is this alternate Wanda?
this is real Wanda right now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. She's like full Scarlet Witch now. Like she has the moniker and everything. The amazing outfit. I love her outfit in that. It's a 10 out of 10 outfit. Um, yeah. So she basically says like, "Give me what I want, or fuck you, like you'll regret it."
Mm-hmm.
Um, she full blown attacks Carmitage and tries to get fucking America Chavez. She kills basically everyone there, except for like Wong and a couple other people. Um, and it's one of the best fucking scenes. It's so fucking creepy. Like the part where they're in like one of the rooms and like they have to like Doctor Strange ends up trapping her in the mirror dimension and she's using the reflections to try to get out of like around the area that they're in, and it's one of the creepiest fucking scenes like in any movie so far. Like this is like almost a full-blown fucking horror movie. Like it is nuts.
Hmm.
um so anyways, they end up escaping into another reality which is designated Earth 838. which is kind of like a utopian paradise, kind of like there's like grass and stuff growing all over the buildings and stuff like that. It's a really nice place to live. Insert Campbell cameo. He's Pizza Papa, who's the guy that sells pizza balls, and it's one of my favorite Bruce Campbell cameos of all time in any Sam Raimi movie, besides the Maitre d' in Spider-Man 3.
Pizza time.
It's always pizza time. So yeah, so Doctor Strange, they end up going to, in this new reality, they go to the Sanctum Sanctorum to try to find himself, see if there can be any way that he can help him. Which is, it gets confusing because when you talk about alternate selves, yeah. They find out that Doctor Strange of this reality has died, and Baron Mordo is actually the Sorcerer Supreme in this universe. They end up getting captured by the Illuminati, and get taken to the Baxter Foundation.
The real Illuminati, or like, did they get Robert Downey Jr. back, or?
Oh, don't worry, I'll get them.
Okay.
The real cameos in this movie are the Illuminati. While they're there, Christine Palmer is working there. She actually works for the Baxter Foundation. And kind of says like, hey, if you're Doctor Strange, like, let me see this. So there's constants in every reality. That's one of the things they talk about. Like the Steven in their reality has broken his hands the same way as Steven in our reality. So that's like one of the constant things that happens to all these characters. So that's one of the things they kind of talk about. They kind of go over that in Loki a little bit too. Like with variants and stuff like that. Like there's always like a certain constant in their life that happens. Like what's the term they use? Something point. I can't remember the name they actually used. So Steven gets brought in front of a panel of amazing people called the Illuminati. Now, the Illuminati in the comic books is normally Professor X, Iron Man, Stephen Strange, Black Bolt, Namor, and Mr. Fantastic. In this reality, it is Black
and
Bolt,
Captain America.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, so in this reality, it's Black Bolt, Professor X, Baron Mordo, because Strange is dead in this reality, Captain Carter, Captain Marvel, who's actually Maria Rambeau instead of what the fuck, Carol Danvers, and Mr. Fantastic.
That's actually cool that they. Oh yeah, because you mentioned that she was in
the Baxter Foundation.
Now, no, you mentioned she was in WandaVision. Does she have her powers as Spectrum, or?
So that's her daughter, that's Spectrum in that show.
Oh,
so
okay.
But yeah, instead of Carol going and doing the whole stuff, they don't really explain it, but like it's pretty obvious. Like instead of Carol going into the flight, blah blah blah, she does instead. But who do you think plays Mr. Fantastic? If you could take a guess.
I would, frankly, I would try to get the same actor back from the really shitty one from like 2004.
Well, you're incorrect because it's John Krasinski for the biggest fan service casting ever.
I have no idea who that person is, but okay.
Jim from The Office. Quiet Place. We us Marvel nerds have been asking for John Krasinski to be cast as Mr. Fantastic since
I know who he is because he's Jim from The Office. I've never seen The Office. I've seen one episode from The Office and I thought it was terribly boring. But I do recognize his face.
Yeah, he was Mr. Fantastic, and boy, was it the best thing I've ever seen in my life, man.
Hell yeah.
You want to talk fan service? This is something that everyone's been fan casting him as Mr. Fantastic since the 2014 reboot or whatever that they did of Fantastic. They're like, he needs to be Mr. Fantastic.
You mean Fanforstic?
Yeah, we don't talk about that though. But yeah, that's been like the casting choice that everyone's picked. Him and his wife as Emily Blunt as Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. Anson Munt, who's famous now for the new Star Trek series, comes back as Black Bolt from the terrible fucking Inhuman show on ABC. And
that's okay.
Patrick
Supposedly the new Star Trek show is also terrible.
Well, some people really like it, I guess. I don't know.
Not
I don't
real,
watch Star Trek.
not real Trekkies.
Fair enough. And Patrick Stewart does come back and reprise his role as Professor X, and he's
Hell
got that
yeah.
awesome yellow chair from the animated series.
Also in a terrible Star Trek show right now.
Picard, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your Illuminati lineup, and it's God, it's
Sounds pretty
perfect.
good.
I love it. Yeah, Black Bolt actually has his full costume, tuning fork, everything. It looks fantastic.
So they didn't get Robert
Um,
Downey?
they did not know.
Hmm.
The rumor was Tom Cruise was actually supposed to come and do Iron Man because he was originally supposed to be cast as Iron Man back in 2008. I rumor has it they actually are going to do something with him, but we don't. I don't know. Who knows? There was an empty chair in the panel. There was actually supposed to be 7 people instead of 6. So maybe there was an empty chair for a reason. Who knows? Captain Carter was cool. I liked seeing what's her name, Haley Atwell come back and do Peggy again. So that was fun to see. But yeah, so they actually are like, hey, like Wanda's not the problem. The problem's always been you. And then they kind of tell a story about their Stephen Strange. Like their Stephen Strange has been indoctrinated as a hero. He helped save the world from Thanos and stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is that actually, like, this reality Stephen also used the Darkhold and got corrupted by it. So they had actually, after they took care of Thanos, they actually also had to kill him too. There's a cool scene where they actually show them on Titan from like Infinity War. Thanos is dead, like right there, and Black Bolt just fucking obliterates Doctor Strange. Like obliterates him with his fucking voice. Like it is awesome. So like that's the whole thing, and like the like Mr. Fantastic talking about how like the whole reason they did that is because when he did that, he went to another universe, caused an incursion, which and actually destroyed the entire universe. So that's why they did what they did. It wasn't because like he got corrupted; it's because he fucking destroyed a whole universe, and that's like obviously not cool. Why is Mordo not a villain in the movies? I mean, he is at in the main universe, like, and it you kind of like he kind of like fights against Doctor Strange. Like Doctor Strange, like I'm getting to that, but so
Doctor Strange
yeah,
destroyed the universe?
yes,
Okay.
the Doctor Strange of that universe destroyed another universe because he was
Gotcha.
fucking around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't. Sorry, I don't want to break your flow, but you were using a lot of pronouns, so it's kind of hard to follow.
it really is when we're talking about variants. So that's why I'm trying
That
my best with this shit.
is that giraffe? Is that the normal giraffe? Is that giraffe following?
That is giraffe, man. That is the
Hey,
giraffe.
welcome.
Um. So yeah, after they explain all that, that is when Wanda decides to show up. Everyone but Professor X and Mordo leave. That's when Mordo and Doctor Strange kind of have like a little bit of dialogue where he's like, "You probably set me on the path in this reality to fuck up so you could become Sorcerer Supreme," and then he gets all pissed off, and obviously like it's Mordo, he's a piece of shit, like everyone knows that.
Yeah, I don't know who
Mordo
Mordo is.
in Yeah, Mordo in the main universe is already on the path to being a villain. Obviously they're saving him for the third one, which I'll get to later.
Of course.
So yeah, Wanda shows up, and before all this is going on, let me backtrack a little bit because I forgot like a very important piece. So Wanda's trying to do a spell in the Darkhold that's called Dream Walking. What Dream Walking is you can take over an alternate reality version of yourself and kind of just do whatever you want in that universe without having to go there.
Okay.
It can only be done with using the Darkhold. While she's doing it the first time, which is one of the best, another good scene in the movie. One of the sorcerers from Karmatage ends up taking the book and destroying it. So she gets pissed off. So then she manipulates Wong into telling her where she can find like another one. It ends up he says, "Hey, that book's a copy. The real thing is actually at Mount Wundagore." So that's where they go. They end up going to Mount Wundagore, and there's some demons there and shit like that. A whole altar built to the Scarlet Witch and stuff. So she's like, "This is where I need to be. And so she starts doing the dream walking sequence again and spell. So that's when she ends up getting to the actual Illuminati headquarters and just starting to fuck everything up. She kills all the Ultron sentries, and then Mr. Fantastic, Captain Carter, Black Bolt, and Captain Marvel all go out to talk to her and try to stop her. And she just starts obliterating all of them. She removes Black Bolt's mouth. He ends up talking and blowing a fucking hole inside of his skull. She unravels Mr. Fantastic. Then she cuts Captain Carter in half with her own shield, and then completely destroys Captain Marvel.
What is this rated?
A PG-13. Very. It is fucking brutal too. I just want to pop in. Got to sleep. Got to go to work tomorrow. All right, dude. Thanks.
All right, thanks for stopping
Yeah.
by. Have a great night.
Literally, like, Black Bolt tries to talk, and his mouth is like fucking nothing's there. And you see it like light up, and then just his fucking eyes just turn bloody and fucking pops out the back of his skull.
You are describing a rated R movie.
Yeah, you'd think, but this is PG-13.
Wait, I don't know how film rating works as far as like getting an R rating. Does it work how like the ESRB works, where you can just keep paying to get re-rated?
Maybe.
Because
I mean,
it is totally possible that Disney. I wouldn't believe this in 90% of other like movies. Like 90% of studios, if you told me they did this, I wouldn't believe you. Disney is a company where I believe they have enough money that if, like the ESRB, you could just pay like $1,000, like $2,000 to get your game re-rated, or however much money it is. I believe Disney would throw so much money that they eventually got lucky at it.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah. Because this treads the borders of PG-13.
Yeah, because you were describing a rated R movie, so I'm wondering if they just threw all of the money they could at it.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah. Because like, yeah, the Black Bolt dying is like crazy. Like fucking Mr. Fantastic being unraveled is unnerving. And then like you don't really like, you see the shield go through her, but you don't see her really fall in half. It kind of like cuts up to her like top half, and then she just kind of falls on the ground. But the next one, so Professor X ends up coming in too. He ends up going into Wanda's mind, where the normal Wanda, the alternate reality version of her, is inside there, and he's trying to tell her to wake up, kick her out. Like this isn't her home.
Plan that could theoretically work.
Yeah. And then Wanda, being who she is, infiltrates inside her own mind, and then snaps his neck, which kills him in real life. I mean, like,
I figured it would have just made him brain dead or something, but
nope, fucking dead.
Huh.
Also, I will say, that the way they portray Professor X's powers is exactly like they do in like the animated series, so it actually like has a visual to it, which is really nice. Unlike the Foxman movies that are just, he just kind of like puts his fucking fingers on his head and it just like. Yeah, but they actually like look good, and like everything looks good. Like Mr. Fantastic stretching is the best it's ever been. Also right before he dies, Reed does mention that he does obviously have a wife and children too, so that kind of sets up maybe possibly Franklin Richards being somewhere in the MCU eventually too, which is really nice. Everyone's favorite Omega level mutant.
He's way past Omega level.
It also obviously sets up
I've
Kang
heard,
too.
and I don't know anything about it, that Franklin's kid is even stronger. That is a thing I have heard, but I know nothing about that.
Probably, yeah. Well, eventually it leads to Kang, so because Kang is a distant relative of Reed Richards, or
Kang
Dr. Doom.
is nowhere near as strong as Franklin, though.
Oh no, absolutely not. Dude. Franklin's like ridiculous.
I just made a universe in my bedroom. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Since Saturday night. So I thought that was a nice little call out. So yeah, she obliterates all of them, and so Doctor Strange and all of them are on the run. So they're trying to find the Book of Ashanti because that's the only thing that can counteract the spells in the Darkhold, which is conveniently placed behind a door that only Doctor Strange can open, because that's the Doctor Strange from this universe found it in order to defeat Thanos. So he has a direct line right to there. And the only thing that can open it is Doctor Strange's watch from the first movie, which I thought was a neat little callback because it's the only thing that he would care about and carry on him. And apparently, that is another constant that every Doctor Strange also has a watch from Christine at some point,
Oh.
which I thought was cool. So they end up going in, getting their hands on the book. Obviously, Wanda doesn't like that, so she fucking destroys the book. Which then she ends up taking America to the main MCU timeline. And then Christine and Doctor Strange get sent to another timeline, which was the incursion point that the other Doctor Strange actually fucked up. And there they meet another Doctor Strange, who we'll refer to as Sinister Strange because he's a little fucked in the head. All he wants to do is leave his universe and find Christine, and by any means necessary, because he is obsessed. He also is holding the Darkhold as well, so he's also been kind of corrupted by the book as well.
Is this the one
And he also
that like blew up the universe, or
this is the one from the universe that got fucked.
okay?
Like everyone's dead in that universe, but besides him, like he's the only one left in that universe. And like visually, like the way they have it like looking looks so fucking nice too. Like the buildings are kind of like falling over, but like stranded in midair, and there's like shit. It looks awesome. Um, so yeah, him and Doctor Strange have a musical note fight, which is one of the most coolest things I've seen in a while. I don't want to like talk about it too much. Just if you can find it on YouTube, go watch it. It'll be out probably on Disney Plus in like a month or two. So then the whole reason why they're fighting is because Doctor Strange is like, well, I need to use that book, bro, because I need to stop Wanda from doing what she's doing. Because in reality, if she can hop into reality, she can do whatever the fuck she wants and fucking just obliterate everything. So it's not only a fight for their reality, it's a fight for all realities, which makes
She can
sense.
pretty much just do whatever she wants anyway, though.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, her power level in this movie is like through the fucking roof. Like it is ridiculous. Like it is
It
no joke.
It's actually, I think, kind of a good matchup though, because in the comics, there's not a lot of characters that would be able to stop Scarlet Witch just going completely batshit. But if I had to like cite a comic character from Marvel that I think could take Scarlet Witch at her worst, it actually would be Doctor Strange.
Mm. And he does a good job.
Yeah.
So what Doctor Strange does is that he also dreamwalks to the dead Strange that ended up in his universe from the beginning of the movie. So you kind of have like a zombie Strange go and fight Wanda now. So what Doctor Strange does is he convinces American Chavez that she could control her powers. She does that. Blasts Wanda into a universe that has her kids in it. The kids are not happy to see Wanda because she's trying to kill their mom. And like I said, it's all about moving on and letting go. Other alternate reality Wanda forgives her for what she did because it's the same universe, the 838 universe that she goes to. Then she comes back and destroys the entire place, and along with her, along with it, or so we think. Who knows? Cut to the end of the movie. America's training at Carmitage now. Doctor Strange is walking down the road and then falls to the ground. And now he has a third eye. He has a third eye now. He's not third eye blind. He's got that third eye.
I feel like there's a significance to that I don't know.
So what I forgot that Sinister Strange also has that same eye because it's part of the corruption from the Darkhold, I guess.
Oh, okay.
So post credit scene, he's hanging out, and then Clea just shows up, who's played by Charlize Theron, and says, "Hey, we got to go to the Dark Dimension, bro. You caused an incursion, so we got to go fix that."
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. That's the movie.
Okay.
8 out of 10, man. It was a good movie. A lot of people were bummed because there's not a shit ton of cameos in it. The movie was also supposed to be like 40 minutes longer, but they decided to cut a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
This movie moves at like a super fast pace, which I think benefits it a lot. Like I don't need a whole bunch of fan service and cameos for it. Make it difficult to find stuff about the comics. What do you mean? Yeah, it's very fast paced. It's only like it's like 2 hours and 5 minutes. It's one of like the shorter Marvel movies, but I think it benefits it that because it just go 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 go. There's not like really a lot of time for like unnecessary exposition and like just scenes that don't really make sense for it to be in there. So I think cutting out like a good amount of the movie and probably like unnecessary cameos, like yeah, cool. It would have been cool maybe see Deadpool, to see like a universe where it's just the X-Men or whatever. But I think like what they did and what we got was perfectly fine the way it was, because it made sense plot wise. It made sense story wise. It gave you more information about what like the multiverse is and like what incursions are, because that's obviously going to play a big factor into stuff like Secret Wars when that comes up. Because let's be real, it's coming. Like it's Secret Wars is coming. They keep talking about Kang. They keep talking about incursions. Like Fantastic Four's on its way. Like obviously, what they're going to do is that they're going to have an incursion. It's going to be like the last Secret Wars, where like the Ultimate Universe and fucking the main Marvel universe kind of just ended up being the same thing. So
Oh,
that's
your
probably how they're
convergence, yeah.
yeah, so that's probably what it's going to be like, and that's probably how they're going to get the Fantastic Four and like X-Men into this universe. Like they're just going to say, "Hey, like these are two separate universes. These people exist in here," and then it's just going to get mashed together by the end of that.
My recommendation for you, mate, is to go to the Marvel database website and then look for the version of whatever you're trying to find for the Earth 616, because that's probably what you're looking for. Marvel fans update that database like crazy with a bunch of innocuous, unnecessary bullshit. It probably has more information than you could ever want. I myself just looked up who the fuck Clea was. So
Yeah. Yeah, Clea is Dormammu's niece and also Doctor Strange's future wife.
of course, I have no fucking idea.
But yeah, it was a really good. It was a really good movie. It benefited from Scarlet Witch actually being the villain instead of having some shoehorned villain in there, like controlling the whole thing. Like they made her the villain of the movie. Like there wasn't anyone pulling strings. Like she was just, I want my kids, and I don't care what I have to do to get them, which I thought was very good because it kind of completes her arc from Infinity War, Endgame, WandaVision to this. So I think it was a perfect way to end that arc and see where that goes next. Because like by the end of the movie, she regrets everything that she does. I mean, technically, she didn't kill anyone in our universe except for like a couple sorcerers. So maybe she can get off scot free. Who knows?
Well, I mean, we're talking about other universes. Did she kill someone in another universe?
Oh yeah, she did.
Well, then she still killed them. I mean, it's not.
She didn't. She didn't just kill them. She obliterated them.
Yeah, so she still killed them. It's not like she killed them in like a hypothetical timeline or like imaginary timeline. She just straight murdered them. Then it's not like you go to that universe; they're still fucking dead.
But yeah, it was a good movie.
That's like if I like go to a different, like I go to like Wyoming and I shoot someone and then I come back here. It's like, okay, but that was in Wyoming. Did I really shoot them? Yes.
Well, did you get caught? But yeah,
yes.
this is.
Yes, she did get caught.
Out of the movies that have come out so far, like Black Widow was meh. Shang-Chi was pretty good. Eternals was also pretty meh. Spider-Man No Way Home was good. I watched it again recently. It's still a good movie, but this is probably like...
I cannot tell your opinion on Eternals because you gave it a glowing review when it first came out, and then the last time you mentioned on the podcast, you're like, that movie sucked, and then you're like, man, how good is Eternals? Then, damn it!
It's still like a 7.
Okay,
but it's like, yeah. Like this is pretty good. Like I'll give it like an 8.5 just because I mean like it could have used 20 more minutes because like after like the whole Wanda at the end stuff, like it kind of just like fast forwards like right to the end of the movie. I think it could have used like maybe 15 more 20 minutes more of just whatever like placed in there. So maybe that'll be like they'll do some like extended cut type thing with it. I don't know. Maybe it might ruin the movie. I don't know. It's really hard to say, but like it was wrapped up very quickly after like that final act. So but it was still a really good movie. Wanda as the villain was 100% a great choice. The places that they went to was solid. Like everyone's like complaining, like, "Oh, I wanted them to go blah blah blah." I'm like, "Come on, man. Do you want a 3-hour movie? Like, be real." But yeah, it was still very good. Like all the visual effects in this movie look great. Like anything magic related looks fucking fantastic. Like Doctor Strange just isn't just like throwing random shit. Like the first fight scene, like he's pulling out all the stops. Like he has a whole bunch of different like spells and shit that he uses. Like it looks great, and like it's not a boring movie fight wise to watch, because every scene, every fight, they're doing something different, which is nice. Like it's not the same thing over and over again. Like you get a lot of like Captain America, for instance. Like I love the Captain America movies, they're all like pretty solid, but he's just a guy that punches and throws a shield. Like like visually it's not crazy to watch, but like that's why I like the Doctor Strange movies, because they're always like nutty in the sense, you know.
Mhm.
But it was good, yeah. I definitely go see it if you want to go see it. I definitely recommend it. 8.5.
I'm going to be honest. You actually sold me on this one.
Mm.
Crazy enough. I know normally whenever you finish your like Marvel rant, I'm always like, everything you just sounded violently stupid. And
Yeah.
that's normally how this goes, but like that actually sounded like actually watchable. I actually kind of want to check it out.
Yeah, it's definitely the most violent, and like it's a horror movie through and through. Like
Yeah.
like it really pushes that PG-13. Like
Hmm.
I'm not even joking. Like it really pushes it. Like it looks great. The teases and stuff they have in it are like really nice. I hope that John Krasinski does come back and does the actual Fantastic Four movie. So I would like to see him more in that role. Would also hope they would actually direct it too, because that'd be pretty dope. He's actually a very good director. Um, I like don't see Patrick Stewart like really. Well, it's like a horror. It's like the
It has
like
horror
horror.
elements to it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm not saying it's like a full blown horror, but like it's fucking creepy. There's definitely some like scares in it. Like it's a it's a Sam Raimi movie. Like if you've seen like Evil Dead and shit like that, like it's a Sam Raimi movie. Like it looks and feels like it. Like he pulls out all the camera tricks that he does in like Evil Dead and shit like that for it. Like it looks and feels like what a Marvel horror movie would be. So like I kind of have a little bit more faith in Blade now after seeing this movie, because like when I watch it, when I want to see a Blade movie, I want to
God,
see
Blade.
like, you know, I want to see like, you know, the supernatural side. I want to see like horror elements of it too. So like I have more faith in that, and even stuff like maybe like Ghost Rider in the future, you know, maybe they'll do like a Midnight Suns type movie.
I
So
don't know who
I'm
that
really looking
is.
forward to seeing. Well, Midnight Suns is like a team, yeah. It was like
Oh, is it?
yeah, like anyway, yeah.
I'm with Nate.
Um
I also forgot about the new Blade movie.
I mean, who knows? Maybe like Mahershala Ali is gonna be
Some
in it, so and he's
motherfucker's
very
always trying
good.
to ice skate uphill.
That is still my favorite line out of
That
any
was
movie.
improv.
Yeah, it's so good. I've actually said that in real life too. So good, but yeah, it definitely teeters that PG-13 rating. I'll say that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, it sounds good. I'll have to check it out at some point. I probably was going to anyway, but you've definitely sold me on it. No, it doesn't have Wesley Snipes from what I've heard, which is why I don't have an interest in it. Um,
I mean, he could come back as Whistler. Who knows?
that would be kind of cool.
I
Be
like the
kind of.
first two Blade movies. Yeah, I like both of them. I like both of
I
those.
like the first one, and I think that's about it. The two's decent. Two's not as good as one.
Yeah.
One's good. Two's decent. Three isn't. Uh,
No, it's really not. No.
um, but yeah. What I will say is what you've been saying about this is I kind of appreciate the direction it sounds like they're going with this. Not the Secret Wars thing. Nobody liked Secret Wars. Everyone fucking hated that. But what I but like because the first movies, like the first like up to phase 3 was like clearly inspired by like the Marvel Ultimate Universe, but with a lot less blood and gore and dumb bullshit in it, right?
Yeah.
But it seems like they're trying to more embrace like mainstream 616 Marvel. Like they're slowly making it more and more like they warmed you up with Iron Man, and now they're trying to slowly get to just pure comic bullshittery.
They
And
really are, and like that's why I'm super excited to like see what comes next and stuff like
mhm.
that, because like they really just are going deep now. Like,
Mhm.
that's really exciting to me.
Yeah, and I can very much appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, because like when they first started, they went very like generic and like everyone had their origin story and stuff like that. Now they're kind of just saying fuck origin stories at this point, which is really nice. Like
We got American
that
Chavez. Who is she? Fuck you. She can punch dimensions of time.
literally though, there's a scene like I didn't talk about, but like there's like memory pads like on the ground in like the A38 universe, and like it shows like her two moms and stuff like that, and like the first time she ever opened a portal and like her moms get sucked in and showed us so does she, and they're like Doctor Strange is like, hey, they might not be dead, they might just be in another universe, like
Hmm.
you can find them, which I think is pretty cool.
Oh, is she from like 838?
She is from like some other one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say in the comics she's from like some universe where everyone is a woman.
Yeah, it's like the
uh,
utopian parallel or something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that, yeah.
yeah. And I was like, oh, because you mentioned like Wanda's kid, so I'm like, oh, is she from like I don't know, from the Paradise universe or some shit? But okay, all right,
Yeah, good
all right,
movie. Go see it.
okay. I'll wait for it to come on streaming, like I do with everything, but I'll probably go see it anyway. It's one of the ones that like sounds kind of interesting, like for example, like Shang-Chi. I'm never gonna watch Shang-Chi. Let's be honest.
That was a good movie. Though. I like that one.
Or Eternals or anything.
That was a straight up like martial arts movie. That's why I liked it.
Or
Yeah,
anything. But like I'll watch Spider-Man or I'll watch this at some point.
we're
Have
back.
you ever? Sorry.
So we're back
Yeah, we're back. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror and went, "Damn, I got some kissable ass lips"?
all the time.
Because I was like, I was taking my pee, right, and I was looking at myself and I'm like, man, I got some kissable lips. I'd make out with that. I was like making kissy faces. I'm like, I'm like, damn, them lips looking fleek right now. So,
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, I'm a narcissist.
No,
What?
it's okay. We all have to be. It's not cocky. Cocky. It's confidence.
Yes, and I am nothing but confidence.
Yeah,
All right.
man.
All right. Next up in our turn order is Rocky. Please, for the love of God, John, tell me you have seen the movie Rocky.
I have never seen any of them.
Fucking damn it!
They're on my. I actually have them saved. I think on HBO Max.
Jesus Christ.
Ezra, Rocky.
Okay. Rocky is starring Rocky Balboa. Starring Sylvester Stallone portraying Rocky Balboa, who is an amateur boxer. My 13-year brother has seen Rocky.
I'm sorry, okay? There's some movies that have just slip past, and Rocky is one of them. All of them.
I've seen Rocky 4 and previously in a bit of Rocky 3, but I am going through Rocky movies with the intention of watching the Rocky movies. So, I also found out there was a Rocky 5.
There is, yeah.
Like a movie called Rocky 5. I thought it went Rocky 4, then Rocky Balboa, but no, there is literally a movie called Rocky 5, and I know nothing about what happens in it.
He goes and he fights someone.
Probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this movie is like weirdly good. The first thing I want to point out about this movie is, I usually don't care about this, but I think it's worth noting because I think the reason this is the best Rocky movie is probably related directly to this fact. This movie is directed by John G. Avildsen, who I don't know what else he has directed, but sure. But I believe the second Rocky movie is directed by let's see, Sylvester Stallone, and written by Sylvester Stallone, and pretty much every Rocky movie past that is. And so I think the reason the first Rocky movie is the best Rocky movie is because it's directed by a director, and not by Sylvester Stallone. Which isn't to say that later Rocky movies have bad direction, but there is a clear difference between like an actual director directing a movie and Stallone directing a movie. But anyway, this movie is like very well directed. Like they like there's very good shot composition. Like they like for scenes that are supposed to be tense or intimate. They like did Karate Kid. There you go. It's the guy who did Karate Kid. They like bring the camera inward, and it's just wonderful camera work, honestly. Like I think even like part at the end they use like shaky cam to create this like measure of uncertainty and like frantic energy. It's just generally well directed, straight up.
He also did Rocky 5.
He also did Rocky 5.
Yeah,
looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
I don't know. It's a 5.3.
Yeah, it's a, like weirdly like it's like the Rocky movies get less liked as they go through the listing. But yeah, no, the direction in this movie is pretty good. Stallone does great. There's a lot of like, this is not a movie about fighting. It's a movie about living.
Living the foot.
It's about Rocky Balboa, who's like an amateur boxer who's told he's not worth a damn, and he should give up, and he like gets like he's working as like a loan shark, like enforcer. Like he's the guy that like comes up and breaks your legs. And he like gets like a real job in this because he's told like he's not worth a damn. And then Apollo Creed, who is like the world heavyweight boxing champion, like some shit happens basically, and all of the competitors don't want to fight Apollo Creed. They say no one has ever gone 3 rounds with him, which is let's be honest, terrifying in a boxing match. But so like he decides for a publicity stunt he's gonna give not an exhibition match, a full-on title shot to some random local boxer, and he chooses Rocky because Rocky's like fighting name is Rocky Balboa, and he goes under the name Italian Stallion, and Creed is like, that'll look good on a poster. And
so, fun fact about that, you know why it's Italian Stallion, right?
No, I don't.
That was the porno movie that Sylvester Stallone starred in while writing this movie.
God, I didn't want to know that information, because now I know that there's a Sylvester Stallone porno, and I don't want to have known that.
Yep, you can watch it. It's online.
Can't uncheck that box, but boy, would I really love to.
He's like, hey, why eat some pussy? That's there you go. There's some behind the scenes.
Oh, that's information no one wanted, but now we all have.
Yeah.
I like how I'm like averse to this, and Maid's like, excuse me, I'm down.
Yeah, this was Sylvester Stallone's last ditch effort to be in Hollywood. Like he wrote this movie and like shopped it out to like a whole bunch of studios.
And it worked. It worked.
It did.
Like, now he's like one of the top action heroes of all time. But yeah, so I love the like reason behind Creed choosing him, where it's like, name looks good on paper. And it feels so real. And like I like Apollo Creed as a character. Like he's so personable, and he's like smart. It's like you can tell how he got to his position. And like Rocky basically like gave up the fight. He's like crushing on this girl named Adrian at like the pet store, but she won't really give him the time of the day. I think she might actually be mildly autistic. I think they say she is autistic. She actually is autistic, actually. And so like he's given up on his life, and then they're like, you get a title shot against Apollo Creed, and Rocky's like, what the fuck do I care?
Here you go, mate. I got the link for you.
Oh God, do not post that in my chat.
No, it's a Google search. It's That's it. It's just a Google
Okay, if
search.
it's a Google search, I guess that's okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, I'm a fucking porno. Wait.
Jesus Christ. But anyway, yeah. So it's like you end up liking all the characters. They have like these whole like character arcs. It's very good. It's like very well written. It's very well directed. It's just like a good movie. As weird as it sounds, it's not like a good fight movie. It's just like a good actual movie about like learning to make your way through the world. And like it's kind of parallel because like Rocky learns to get his fight back both in the ring and also in real life. So there's some like interesting parallels there. It's very good. What I will say is nothing because I forgot. Oh yeah, and one thing I appreciate is that like Rocky very quickly realizes I'm not going to beat Apollo Creed in a fight. So his goal is to instead just like he tries to like last the whole time. Like that's his win. His win isn't I'm going to knock this guy out or I'm going to beat this guy by points. It's I just want to be on my feet when that bell rings. And I mean, he does it. Like, that's the victory. The victory isn't I became champion. He gets the shit rocked out of him, by the way. He definitely loses. But he remains standing. And, like, I mean, sometimes life's about the small victories. And that's kind of what Rocky's about, is, you know, getting your fight back, learning to live, and getting your small victories in. Even if it kills
not
you.
being in a porno.
And not being in a porno. All right. That brings us to Rocky 2, which is not nearly as good of a movie as Rocky 1. Basically, this is about people saying Apollo Creed ain't got it anymore because Rocky went the distance against him. So Rocky ends up getting like a rematch against Apollo, and Rocky just does not want to do it. He's like, I don't want to. I fought a Creed. I'm retired. And Creed, like, it tries to get Rocky out of retirement to, like, try and save face. And the whole movie is building up for the rematch between Rocky and Creed. It's not a bad movie. It's not as good as Rocky 1. It's a pretty decent movie, though. You see, like, Rocky get back in shape and train to fight. I think the key difference, besides the cinematography, which is much worse because it's, you know, directed by Stallone instead of an actual director now, is that, like, the key difference is like Rocky is a movie about like it's about fighting, but it's not really about fighting, whereas Rocky 2 is kind of about fighting. Like it also sort of retreads the same ground about learning to get back in the fight that Rocky 1 did. But yeah, I mean it's an okay movie. It's pretty decent. I don't think there is a Rocky movie I don't like so far. So
fair enough.
I'm willing to move on from Rocky 2.
Right.
Rocky 3 is, I believe, the cinematic debut of Mr. T, who plays Clubber Lang. Now, at the end of Rocky 2, Rocky becomes heavyweight champion. He actually does beat Apollo Creed, which in a way I'm not super fond of because he beats him like fighting right-handed instead of like goofy. Which because the like southpaw, I mean, like because Rocky's the southpaw, and he fights southpaw in Rocky 3, but he like beats Apollo Creed because he didn't want to switch to his like dominant hand during that fight for some dumb pride reason. So I'm not big into that, but he won by knockout anyway. So yeah, Rocky 3. Clubber Lang is an up and coming challenger who's just destroying all the competition, and Rocky has defended his belt 10 times. And is doing pretty well for himself, but then he finds out that he wasn't really winning against like opponents designed to challenge him. He was winning against like opponents that he was designed to be able to defeat. Basically, like Mick was only picking the fighters that he could definitely win against. And so he wants to take on Clubber Lang for real. And it's worth noting, like, Rocky's not as good of a boxer in Rocky 3 anyway, because Creed has fucking busted him up really bad. Like, he's almost, like, blind in one eye, I think. So he takes on, like, a Clubber Lang who just demolishes him just so quickly, just tears him apart. And a big portion of the movie is, like, Rocky trying to like train up to fight Clubber Lang, and Clubber Lang is a dickhead. And kind of pissed off Apollo Creed. So because Mick dies in this movie, Apollo Creed acts as Rocky's trainer, which is kind of cool. But yeah, like you find out like Rocky just like he actually just does not want to fight anymore. Like he's back to like retirement mode, and that's sort of like a conflict in the movie. And there's a really good scene on the beach between Adrian and Rocky where Adrian's like, Rocky, why don't you want to fight anymore? And Adrian was always against Rocky fighting, but she's like, hey, why don't you want to fight anymore? What's going on with you? And they both have like, they both, and Rocky's like, I just can't, like, the fight's not in me anymore. And they both make very solid points throughout it. And that's the best scene in the movie, and the rest of the movie is okay at best, honestly. The ending scene's kind of cool, though, because it probably ends in, like, that iconic scene where Rocky and Apollo Creed head into the ring, and they both swing, and then it, like, cuts to credits. It's pretty cool. All the Rocky movies end on a cliffhanger with no resolution whatsoever. Like, they end on the climax. Which you might think is terrible, but...
Apollo goes and beat you up.
Oh, also, every Rocky movie past 2 seems to open with just 5 minutes of the last movie.
It's a recap.
Yeah, it's the Rocky 2 opens with the entire fight from Rocky 1. And Rocky
like,
3
in case you didn't see it,
has the good gumption to only give you the highlights. I want Rocky 4 to just not mention Rocky 3, please. I'm watching Rocky 4, not Rocky 3. I don't need to see the end of Rocky 3.
See, Star Wars did it right. They always did a quick scroll recap, yeah.
Yes. Is Rocky a shonen anime series? Find out on Film Theory. Oh god, that sounds like some crap Matt Pat would say. Okay, anyway, yeah, I mean, like, none of the Rocky movies are bad. Obviously, 1 is the best, but I can't say no to Rocky 2 or 3.
Fair enough, yeah.
Alright. And, yeah, I'm going through them, so, I mean, next month we'll probably talk about Rocky 4 or whatever, but...
Rocky 4.
Alright. Next up, we have Tupac's debut album, Tupacalypse Now. Okay, let me preface this by saying that Tupac is quite possibly the most influential rap artist of all time. He died young, and he wasn't just a rapper. He was also in films. He was like a sort of Renaissance man with a large cultural impact, and that cannot be discounted. And if he was alive today, he may have continued to hone his craft and improve. He is not, unfortunately, alive today, so we don't get to see Endgame fully honed Tupac. And the reason I say all of this is because whenever anyone says anything negative about Tupac, those are always the criticisms that come out immediately. So I want to preempt them by saying that you have to respect Tupac, and I understand that. Now let's talk about the Tupacalypse Now album, because it's really not that good. What Tupac was funny of, not really gangster. He was an art student. One thing I will say about this album is it starts bad. It starts pretty bad, but as it goes, it gets progressively better, and no song on this album really sounds the same. So even like the songs that are bad sound uniquely bad. But like like the end tail of the album is really good, and it gives you this like sensation that like Tupac might be learning how to make music better as he goes throughout this. I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if he actually improved throughout time or he just cut his album so that was the impression I got, but that is the impression I got. There are good songs on this album. They're mostly in the latter half. What I will say as far as like flaws of this album goes is that Tupac gets really angry in this album, and like subject matter aside, the angrier Tupac gets, the faster he raps, and the faster Tupac raps, the less intelligible he is. Like, he ends up going so fast I have no goddamn idea what the fuck he is saying sometimes. This album has Brenda Has a Baby, which has like one of his best songs. That was actually something I was gonna single. Brenda Has a Baby is the best song on the album. Without a doubt. It's honestly, it's kind of too good for the album. Like, Brenda's Got a Baby's like up here, and the rest of the album is like down here. Yeah, honestly, just if you have not heard that song, go listen to it. It is genuinely good. There's also a lot of features on this album. Tupac doesn't go at it alone, and I don't even think this needs to be said, but the features on this album are not Tupac, which is to say that they are nowhere near as good a rappers as Tupac is. Some of them I would even argue are pretty bad. What's more is that this album has really weird mixing. The beat is mixed almost identically to the sound of the audio, so sometimes the instrumental will like drown people out, but this is actually worse for the features, because for whatever reason it sounds like their audio is mixed lower than the audio of the instrumental, so to couple that with the fact that they don't really talk super clearly, and I have no idea what any of the features say, so like they could be like rapping and you could be like, yeah, you've got a good point, whatever the fuck you're saying, I don't know. But yeah,
that was a lot of 90s music. That was very common, like shitty
was that a
mixes.
90s thing? I don't listen to a lot of like 90s music, so yeah, okay, well, there you go then. That's the shitty 90s problem.
Yeah, like if you listen to like earlier Green Day and like Blink-182, like it's all pretty mixed terribly.
It's like, what are you saying right now?
A lot of that shit. Nirvana is like another band, like their first album like is mixed very poorly.
Yeah, this is like very like early 90s. I want to say like 91, 92. This is I literally was not born when this album came out. Well, well, there you go. Yeah, so I mean the subject matter about this is like life in the ghetto, and like I think he pulls like a Tyler at one point, talks about growing up with his dad in one of the songs, and like police brutality, and a lot of like chain and slave metaphors where he like likens like living in the ghetto and like growing up in gangs and stuff as like sort of like slavery of black people. And he advocates for violent and armed uprising, where you, I'm pretty sure he just straight up in one song just is like, hey, kill all the white people. Let's kill all the white people. So I don't know. Taking the subject matter aside, it is not that great of an album, but Brenda's Got a Baby is a top tier song. Straight up. Like, listen to that and nothing else. Skip the rest of the album, I would say. Alright, moving on. Oh, I forgot to ask you if you've seen this. I assume no.
No.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I've heard Tupac songs, but I probably can't name them.
To be entirely honest, I'm not a major Tupac fan, but I wanted to go back and like really get into that rap history stuff, which is why I started listening to Tupac music. I've always the songs I've heard from Tupac I never really enjoyed anyway. I was always more of a Biggie person, so pretty sure Tupac's parents were original members of the Black Panthers, so that's cool. Well, that explains a lot about Tupac, honestly. All right. Tupac, strictly for my N.I.G.G.A.Z, which is a title I can't say because I will be straight up suspended off Twitch if I try to say it. But it is a backronym for... Hold on. It is a backronym for never ignorant in getting goals accomplished. And then he added a Z to it for some reason. Because the backronym doesn't work if there's no Z there.
Yeah, it's like Dragon Ball Z, they just had to add it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where he got inspiration,
Well, he mentions the acronym the first time in Tupacalypse Now. So yeah, maybe this is the Dragon Ball Z of
There you go.
Tupac albums. He added a Z because 90s.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Obviously, it's him assigning an acronym. Clearly, we all know what Tupac's album title really is. So what I will say is that Tupac's songwriting on this album is better than in Tupacalypse Now. What I will also say is I like this album less because although Tupac made a lot of crap songs in his first album, he also had some good ones, and all the songs were unique. All of the songs in this are good, but they sound the same. None of the songs in this album are distinguishable, and so this album kind of bored the shit out of me. I found my mind wandering. I couldn't pay attention to the subject matter. There was, no joke, a point where I was listening to this album, and I looked at the name of the song, and then I kept listening to the song, and then I was like, this song's kind of long. How much longer is the song going on? And I look at it, and I was halfway through a different song, and I didn't even realize that the song had changed. The songs are just completely the same thing over and over again.
We in the music biz call that the sophomore slump.
Yes. I will say that in the first album, Tupac talked about how much he respected Ice Cube, and Ice Cube is actually on this album. So that's pretty cool. he got
He's also in a metal band.
Tell me everything about that.
No, what are they called? Hold on, I can't remember. I can never remember what they're called.
So anyway, yeah, he gotta actually like collab with his hero. So that's actually pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, this album is just kind of boring. Body Count. Oh, I've heard of Body Count. Yeah. I didn't realize Body Count was a metal band though.
I've seen them live. They're like it's like new metal. It's like
okay.
rap metal. Yeah.
Ugh, new metal.
Yeah, I've seen them live and it was weird.
I have no actual problem with new metal. Any more than any other metal. I just know that every time anyone mentions new metal and it's like you're talking to a metalhead, they're immediately like, ew, new metal, and I don't know why, but I just know metalheads hate it.
There's some I can't speak for everyone, but there is some good new metal. Some.
Okay.
There's a lot of bad new metal, like Limp Bizkit. Like people would consider like a Park like new metal, but I mean,
Linkin Park only had one good album and it was Hybrid Theory.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no, I honestly, Tupacalypse Now is better because even when Tupacalypse Now was bad, it's uniquely bad, whereas everything in this album just sounds exactly the same.
Yeah, that happens a lot on everyone's second album because they don't want to take too many risks.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Like, yeah, because a lot of people will be like, we should do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would say it's like it's not bad. It's also, I believe, longer. This was like 16 songs. So there are 2 songs in this, I think, that are relatively worth listening to. I want to say Keep Your Head Up, maybe, and Papa's Song are not bad. Those are pretty listenable. But, yeah, the rest of it's... Ugh. When you say new metal, people think Limp Bizkit or Korn. Oh, I like Korn, actually. Metalheads also get mad when you tell them System of a Down and Slipknot are new metal.
They're not. Yeah, System of a Down and Slipknot are not new metal.
Okay. Real quick, I'm just gonna fire through this. No one cares, but I can't let a D&D show come out and me not review it. It's just a thing I have to do at this point. So here we go. Alexandria Unlimited, Kymal. This is a heist game DM'd by Abria. We brought Dorian back. We have the cast back for whatever ones didn't leave for Campaign 3. They're robbing a casino for reasons I don't fucking... So they have enough... They're robbing a casino to, 1, dick over the casino led by a cartel, and 2, to get enough money to pay off Dorian's brother's bounty. There you go. It's Okay, fine. The best part about it, I think, is that there's a cool like heist mechanic where like you get a coin and you get to like basically say, "I planned for this eventuality," and I thought that was really cool. And it's something I've started trying to implement with my games before. Is I now do intelligence rolls where based on a DC of like how likely it is your character would have thought of it in advance. So it's kind of cool like that. But yeah, overall, I wasn't really feeling this one. I still prefer Abria as a DM over Matt Mercer, though. As controversial as that says, as controversial as it sounds, about all of the 4 DMs I've talked about on this podcast, I still kind of like Matt Mercer as a DM delete. That's it. That's all I was going to say. I have nothing else to say about it. There wasn't a lot to talk about. It was 2 episodes.
Fair enough.
All right, ready for the next topic?
Yep.
Okay, this one is you.
Man.
Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Season 2? Am I correct in
Well,
Entertainment District?
Yeah, just Entertainment. Because some people are doing the Mugen Train as Season 2 too, but I'm just talking about this one because I've already talked about Mugen Train, so... All right, Entertainment District arc.
This podcast, I don't know if you did.
I must have, yeah, because I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, but you didn't talk about it on this podcast. Oh. We've exchanged brief words, though. I'm sure your opinion's out there in one of the previous episodes, but...
Yeah, so Entertainment District arc. I watched this with the little one. She wanted to watch it. We waited every Sunday to watch the English version, even though she watches the Japanese one because she's more of a weeb than I am, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's the story of them hooking up with whatever his name is. I can't remember his fucking name right now, and going on a mission to save his 3 wives that are in the Entertainment District from the clutches of the 2 demons that I cannot for the life of me remember, even though I just finished this last weekend.
Yeah, it sounds like Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
I don't remember anything that happened, but it was pretty. Demon Slayer.
Oh yeah, it looks fantastic. It does. I will say, like, it's shorter, like, episode length. It's only, I think, 11 episodes this time. As opposed to, like, I think it was 20 or 21 in the first season.
It definitely been like 26.
Was it more? Okay, yeah,
24, 26.
But, yeah, I think combined it was supposed to be combined with the Mugen Train ship, but I think it ends up being a little bit better because it's more self-contained and less episodes. So it's not, there's no filler bullshit in it. Like, it's just straight to the point, which I think really benefits it.
26.
Yeah. But it was fun to watch. It was pretty good. Like, there's definitely like more for them to do. Like, Zenitsu's actually like good. He's also like asleep the entire time, like during the fights, which is fine. I kind of like the split personality thing they kind of got going on with them. That's even if the manga went through, I was supposed to be a mirror of the 3 main characters. That makes sense.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Like, appearance wise, they look exactly like them. I've seen the comparison before.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, everyone gets kind of like a little bit of a power up, like not anything too crazy. Like, he's finally learning.
Tell they win every fight with 1 hit anyway.
The fight's like 5 episodes long, 5-6 episodes long. It's actually pretty interesting because it's a brother and sister like combo. That the 2 demons are, and they can't die unless both of them die at the same time.
Ah, yes, the Throne Watcher Defender Godskin duo technique.
So I mean that kind of like, because they end up killing like the girl, the sister, and then they're like, why isn't she dying? And then the brother just shows them. He was like, aha. But they have like pretty solid personality, and kind of like there's backstory to them too, which I think is really cool because they show them like before they become demons and stuff, and like the brother was like brutally beaten by like the townspeople and stuff like that, and then treated like shit, and I think he was beat to death and something. Like, that's when Michael Jackson shows up and he's like, "You want to be a demon, bro?" And he's like, "Yeah."
I have to say, personalities with characters is definitely a series premiere for Demon Slayer, so.
Fair enough, yeah. But it's pretty solid. it definitely benefits from shorter episode count. Just because, like I said, like there's not a whole bunch of like extra shit. It's very much to the point. Like, hey, we're here to do this mission. This is the mission. Here's the fight scenes. Here's the exposition. It's all there. It's good to watch too. Like the sister has like ribbon powers, kind of like, so it's hard to actually like cut her and stuff. What I thought was pretty interesting.
Like
Um,
Mommy from Madoka Magica.
sure. I'll take your word for it. And like the brother uses like bone sickles and has like poison and shit like that, which
Like Kimimaru from Naruto.
kinda, yeah. Kinda.
I
Nah,
didn't need to say that last part, but I was like, oh, whatever. I did it for the sister.
He doesn't take him out of his body though.
Well, no, I mean, it's something I noticed with Demon Slayer is they kind of rip their powers off from other better shows.
Oh yeah.
So,
I mean, everyone does that.
like you remember that there's a demon in season 1 that just like straight up ripped Medusa off from like Soul Eater. Like his power is exactly the same. He like fights with like arrows and changes trajectory.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's just
That's
straight
when
up
they're at the
Medusa
house.
from
Yeah,
Soul Eater.
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Now, yeah, I never finished Soul Eater. That show was kind of boring.
Soul Eater's good. I read the manga. The manga's good.
Yeah. Maybe
The anime ending isn't, because it has an anime original ending. It's kind of dumb, but
fair enough. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Definitely excited to see where they go for the next season. It probably won't be out till next year, but it was fun to watch. It's cool to like watch this stuff with my kid too at the same time. Um,
that's where the real fun comes in.
Yeah, because she's all about Demon Slayer right now. So it was cool to have like that father kid thing where we could watch it every week. Like everyone has that with their parents. Like like Sailor Moon with my mom. We'd watch it every Friday after school. We'd watch Sailor Moon. So I mean, it's kind of cool that I have that now, and like the show is like it's good, but it's not like crazy good. So like at least it's interesting for me to watch, and like I like it. So it's not like I'm being forced to watch it. So I think that's good. I mean, if you like the first season and like Mugen Train, like it's definitely getting better with being more condensed and not like how a lot of shows will go and just be like so many episodes and it's just all unnecessary bullshit at the time. I think like it's really getting to the point where it's kind of like just getting there. You know what I mean?
That's actually part of my problem with Demon Slayer is its pacing is so fast. I literally don't believe it. It's constantly shattering my suspension of disbelief.
I like when it's right to the point. Like that's like one of the biggest problems I have with Naruto is that it's nothing but flashbacks half the time. And like if they could have just not done that, but I understand why, because like they're still writing the manga and blah blah blah. They have to do all this shit, but
Yeah.
I hate filler. Like I hate filler. I'll skip it all every time. Since I rather hype my hype for the anime is kind of dead. Like when the Blu-rays come out, I'll watch it, but I already know what's going to happen. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I bought her for Easter. I bought her like the entire manga set too. So she's been reading that, which is really cool. Yeah. But yeah, if you like season 1, Mugen Train, watch this. Good continuation of it.
Yeah. All right, Demon Slayer Entertainment District.
3 wives.
3 of them. All right. Next up is Anime Dartboard. Normally I create a creative intro for this, but I didn't even halfway think of one. So it is a show where we talk about how much I want to fuck anime girls.
Hell yeah. Don't we all?
All right, moving on. KADO, the right answer. John, what did you think of KADO, the right answer?
I watched it about a month and a half ago and I hated it. So
I imagined. Yeah, I was watching this and I'm like, man, an entire anime about science and having a dialogue and negotiating with an alien with almost no action whatsoever.
Yeah.
John must hate this show. I think I actually posted in the Discord
You did, yeah. So I believe you said
that I
else
thought
was
you wouldn't even
$5.
finish it.
I did. I didn't like it, but I did.
Yes.
Yeah, $10 if John hated this. Yes.
Yes.
And boy, did I ever.
Yeah, I'm like, there's no way John likes this fucking show. I'm trying to remember what I gave it. I don't think I gave it a very high score either. It wasn't very good. Did you watch the prequel?
No.
To it, the one you didn't really miss much. It was the main character deciding to like save a factory, and that's why there's like a picture of him with a bunch of factory workers at the start of it. So that's really all you missed. Yeah. So none of the characters in this are interesting.
No.
The romance isn't set up properly and comes the fuck out of nowhere. What I will say is, I thought the 3D actually worked for the show, aesthetically. I was skeptical. I thought it would look like shit, but it actually kind of worked.
Yeah, I'll give it that much, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The main villain being a villain was obvious from word go. I don't know how anyone would have been surprised. And when this dude comes in and is like, I want to edit the human brain, everyone should have immediately been like, no. No, baby, we don't do that.
We can't do that here.
Yes. Then at the end, there's the dumb fight scene, which is dumb. I thought the negotiation parts were kind of fun. I enjoyed the dialogue. What my issue with this show is that it's kind of stupid. So like, it's pretty stupid. Yeah. So
Pretty stupid.
for my issues with this show are all science related. So I want to get this word right? I believe it is antitropic. Yeah, antitropic, right? So he claims he's not from a higher dimension. He claims he's from an antitropic, right? Is that correct? Am I fucking out of my... No.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think antitropic, right? It's a word I've never needed to use before. Repeated and reversed symmetrically. Whatever. It is basically, he claims he is from the idea of something that measures differently depending on the way you're taking the measurement, is essentially the idea. Antistropic, I've never needed this word in my life. I had to look it up, I'm not gonna lie. But like, the problem with the show is he's like, I'm not from a higher dimension, but like, he's from a higher fucking dimension, because when they explain how information is stored and like where he's from, they just explain the concept of higher dimensional space. So when someone's like, you're from a higher dimension, right? He's like, no, fuck you. I'm from this obscure math term that doesn't make any sense. Just say he's from a higher dimension. Why are you trying to like, this screams like a show that's trying to make itself seem smart without actually being smart.
Yeah,
because
that's a lot of those.
They literally just explained the concept of higher dimensionality. And it like drove me crazy, because when he explained where he was from, my brain was like, oh, this dude's from a higher dimension. That's kind of cool. And then he's like, no, I'm not from that. And I'm like, fuck you. Yes, you are. They just like go through that the whole time. And then you find out the girl is also from a higher dimension, right? And so she has a baby with the main character. And then their daughter is from a higher dimension than the main villain. But, like, how the fuck does that make sense? Like, they explain that humanity has, like, basically infinite potential. So if the explanation was that, like, Yuri was from had the same level of dimensionality as the main villain and her mom, but also the infinite potential of humanity, and also more experience in living in Earth, so she had a better control over like Earth and the universe, that would be totally valid. But they explain that she's from a higher dimension even than the main antagonist, which I want you to explain to me how a dot and a fucking cube fucked to make some kind of like 12-dimensional entity, because that's not how space works. Show.
Not.
And then at the end, when the main villain leaves, the WOM and the Sansa quit working. Why do the WOM and the Sansa quit working? Because if we assume the like WOM use the antitropic to pull energy from higher dimensional space, which I'm pretty sure he explicitly said is not how the fucking WOM works. But if we assume that is how the WOM works, then the WOM not working makes sense, I guess. But the idea about the Sansa is that it physically edits the physiology of the human brain so that humans are able to perceive higher dimensional space, which is why they don't need to sleep. The show doesn't know what a dimension is, very clearly, especially because humans are explicitly stated to be three-dimensional creatures, and yet somehow, according to, like, Navino or whatever, the main antagonist, humans exist in more than 3 dimensions, and this allows them to access that, so unless they're talking about time, I have no goddamn idea how 3-dimensional entities are suddenly able to expand their consciousness to multi-dimensions when they are very explicitly stated to be solely 3-dimensional entities. It makes no sense. And if it is time, the show doesn't address time at any point. It just talks about space. So, like, how the fuck do the Sansa work? And more importantly, when he leaves, if it is a physical change in the physiology of the human brain, as it's explained, when the fucking KADO leaves, which is like the big dumb cube, right? Why does the Sansa stop working? It's not like the human brain is tied to the function of this dumb cube.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, I gave it a 5 apparently. So I guess I liked the like negotiation aspect enough. But yeah, this I one of my pet peeves is when a dumb show like throws out a bunch of like complicated terms that the creators don't understand to try and make itself seem smart. Like, if you're stupid, just fucking be stupid and embrace it, right? Don't try and make yourself up as like the prettiest pig at the pageant. Anything to add to KADO?
No.
No. Okay.
It's still not the worst one, but it's definitely a 4.
It's not the worst one. I agree with you.
But I finished it, so that's good.
That you finished it. That's how we know it's not the worst. No, Taboo Tattoo is absolutely atrocious. Let's see. All right, dartboard. Here we go. We got that new tech going.
New tech?
All right, are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Shuffle. 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 Big money, no whammies.
Whammy.
Don't give us a... Why would you want a whammy?
We always get a whammy.
Okay, we almost got critically acclaimed series Kinotabi, but instead we got Frag Time. And what's important about that is Kinotabi is critically well received, and I don't know what the fuck Frag Time is. Frag Time is a movie by Tier Studio. Its tags are girls love, romance, sci-fi, and slice of life. It has a duration of 1 hour.
Oh, that'll be easy.
Misuzu Moritani is an introvert who has always had difficulty interacting with her classmates, quickly becoming flustered whenever someone tries to talk to her. Sometimes she will use her ability to stop time for 3 minutes to escape troublesome social situations. One day, as Misuzu watches the suspended environment around her, she observes that her classmate Haruka Murakami is somehow able to move despite her temporal influence. From that moment on, Misuzu experiences new wonders as she explores more of the world she has long avoided. No matter where time may take her, Misuzu can count on Haruka to always be at her side. Well, there you go, then. That sounds like the setup to a porn. Huh?
What the fuck do I even watch this?
Who fucking knows? Crunchyroll with a VPN. Anyway.
This was released in 2019.
2019 show. Oh, shit. Why did my coffee cup get stuck to my coaster? All right.
That happens.
We'll worry about it later. Anyway, how's frag time? What do you think about frag time, John?
We'll see. It's only an hour long, so that's not that bad.
Only an hour long, nice lesbian romance about stopping time, purely in a non-sexual way. I think, yeah, it's rated PG-13. Nothing more embarrassing than accidentally putting porn up on Dartboard. Anyway, yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm not even going to say skeptically. I'm optimistic. I think this could be a good, fun time. We'll see how it ends. Romances are made by their ending. If you botch your romance ending, you've botched your romance.
It's 50-50 for me.
It's at 6.5, so it's also a coin flip, as we call it. So sometimes we get heads and sometimes we get tails. All right, I'm ready to sign us off, I think. I don't have anything to add about Frag Time, do you? Oh, wait, hang on. We forgot to see who directed this. This was created by some guy called Sato, who made this. And also a manga called No Bra, No Panties, No Future. All right. It's on my plan to watch. That's why. Thank you, mate. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm willing to call us off. This has been a very, very long podcast, and I apologize for the existence of it, frankly, because I feel like most of it was just me talking nonstop because John really didn't have many topics, and I went off on Elden Ring for an hour and a half.
Woo!
I'm sorry to everyone. I promise to have less to talk to about next time. Which is supposed to be the 4th of whatever month comes after June. It's supposed to be June 4th.
June.
Do you need to move the days? Is Sunday going to be a better day or something? Or?
No, it should be good next month, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So thanks for stopping by, everyone. John, what you got coming up on your channel? Just give us a reminder.
We'll probably play more Chrono Cross, or I'll get bored of it. So we'll see. I got a lot of games to play. I think we might go back to Kirby, finish that up. We'll see. Maybe we could go back and do another run of Elden Ring, continue the strength build. I don't know. Wherever the wind may take me.
Do Elden Ring, please. For the love of God, do not bring it up as a topic on the podcast for the 4th month in a row.
No, that won't happen.
Thank God.
No, we're officially done until DLC comes out.
Think of the audience, please.
Yeah, we are officially done until we got some DLC.
Yes. I think I got the crux of all of my points out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming up, we're gonna do the watch along for my Walking Dead playthrough. Let me ask you, John, real quick, what's your opinion? Should I do it episode by episode? Because, the Walking Dead seasons are divided into like 5 episodes each, except for the final season. Should we watch one episode, then stream the episode? or should we like watch the whole season at once and then stream the whole season at once, or should we watch both seasons at once, take all of the notes, just like a bunch of watch-alongs, and then play all of the games back to back to back?
I don't know. That's a probably just do the whole season. Yeah.
Just do it season by season?
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah.
What's everyone in chat think? Which I think is just made right now because we've been talking forever. Well, anyway, yeah. Also coming up, obviously we have Walking Dead videos Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 5 p.m. EST on Shouting Through the Chorus. New anime videos. Check them out. I'm not even going to plug what they are. They're just going to keep coming out. I have them uploaded until like June 26th.
Dang.
They will not stop. And I even have more... I have even more of them on my computer that are being in the process of editing. Like, full edited videos are already sitting on my computer, so I can theoretically release these forever. Planning to do another stream, maybe Saturday. I wanted to do this 2 weeks ago, but some shit came up. I'm going to read a novel on stream, probably maybe over the course of like a few weeks or so. I realized I don't have to do it all in one sitting, so I'm not going to blow my vocal cords out. But I'm going to read a novel on stream. So come check that out. I'm going to read it to you. We're going to make an audiobook.
Okay.
It'll be fun. It's Persona related. I'll let y'all read into that. But yeah, I'm good to sign out. I think that was everything.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, I have been Sacrabalic, your Envoy of Hope.
And I've been Conquered, the John, the guy in the chair.
And this has been Cold Topic episode 20. John's hosting the next one. We're looking at June 4th. And next episode, Cold Topic becomes old enough to drink. So, see you next time.
We'll have some drinks then, because it'll also be like 3 days before my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. My birthday already passed, and no one in Discord wished me a happy birthday.
Didn't I say happy birthday?
Mm-mm. Nobody did. Anyway, bye-bye.